I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My family's on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the result. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was taught with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, outcasted like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? Welcome to the Knicks One and Drive. I'm your man, Uncle Freezy, ready to rock the spot for the next couple of hours or so. Talk these Knicks. Let's go. Frederick, I see you. Sincere the Genius is in the building. Felipe 210, what's up? What's good? What's good? What's good? Chuck Allen in the building. I see him. Chuck Allen always be in the building, man. Chuck Allen, that dude. Man, I had a few hours to think about a lot of stuff Knicks related. And y'all know me. I'm an in the moment dude. But when I get free time, I will think. Hey, Uncle Freezy, what you doing? Shh. Relax, easy. I'm thinking about something. Let's rock the spot. We'll start with blue tears, orange tears, orange tears. Let's go. Get up. Let's go. Let's do this. Yo, throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care. And if you got some loot and a stick of juicy fruit, somebody say, oh yeah. Let's go. Oh yeah. Now scream! Ah! Uncle Freezy, you so crazy. What's good, party people? Let's get this conversation going, man. I already know what a lot of y'all want to talk about already, right? But Tibbs rotations. I want to talk about something smart, man. I don't want to just talk about the same thing over and over and over again. Right? Jamie Peralta is in the building. Yo, Anthony Alvarado is in the building. What's good? Keyshawn is in the building, so you know trouble is brewing. Keyshawn is in the building. You know trouble is on the horizon. Nah, I'm serious. What's good? Danny 7, what's good? The new Knicks are in the building. What's good? What's good? Brooklyn Buddha. What's good? What's good with you? Let me do this, man. Because I'm in a tough spot. And I can't figure some stuff out, but I'm trying as we go. So, in order to describe innocence going wrong this season, in order to describe innocence going wrong in this season. Something so pure going so wrong. I'll quote the great American poet, Melly Mel. And I won't do it in Melly Mel voice. I won't do it in his voice, right? I won't do a child was born with no state of mind, blind to the ways of mankind. I won't do it like that. I do it Uncle Freezy style. To quote the great American poet, Melly Mel. Melly Mel says, a child is born with no state of mind, blind to the ways of mankind. God is smiling, excuse me, pardon. God is smiling on you, but he's frowning too, because only God knows what you'll go through. Knicks fan, listen. Because only God knows what you'll go through. Listen to that part, Knicks fan. You'll grow in the ghetto, living second rate, and your eyes will sing a song of deep hate. That place, MSG, that you play and where you stay looks like one great big alleyway. Give it up for Melly Mel, everybody. Give it up for Melly Mel. It's like a jungle sometimes. You make me wonder how I keep from going under. Don't push me. I'm close to the edge. I'm a Knicks fan. Don't push me. I'm close to the edge. I'm trying not to lose my head. Right? And as I was trying to get myself together this morning to come rock with y'all, I was like, yo, do I call out? Do I use a sick day here? Because Uncle Freezy is a little bit under the weather. But what I figured is, instead of me trying to hide the fact that I'm sick from y'all, what I'll do is have some fun with it. Right? But with that said, when it comes to rocking the spot with y'all, yeah, I know this thing ain't easy because sometimes the ebbs and flows of everything, right? So sometimes you don't put together great stuff, but I'm here to tell you that this thing ain't easy, but we here. This thing ain't easy, but we here. And so to quote the great American poet, Grand Poopa says, now a lot of people think that this is as easy as it looks, right? Books of books and books of rhyme concepts and hooks. Session to session to get thoughts manifested. Stressing and stressing to hit the world with a blessing. That's why we here. Let's go. Let's talk some Knicks. Let's talk some Knicks. Where's tip off at? There it is. Wait a minute. How did we get here? How did we get here to this spot? Right? How did we get to this spot? Right? How did we get to this spot? How did we get to a place? How did we get to 25 wins and 34 losses at the All-Star break? Right? Hey, you got good news? You got good news? Okay. Okay. How did we get to this place? 25 and 34. Right? Is this who we are really? Did Julius Randle perform a miracle and us not know? What happens historically when a miracle is performed, the people in the moment don't know it's a miracle. They think it's something ordinary, right? They think it's something normal, right? Did Julius Randle perform a miracle and us not know? Has Tom Thibodeau been washed up the entire time and us not know? Has this front office been inept the entire time and us not know? Right? My question to you is this. If Julius Randle performed a miracle and we didn't know that Tibbs was washed and the front office is inept, what do we owe to Julius Randle? Right? And I really don't want to have this be a Julius Randle love fest. But when you think about all the things that have happened, you have to look at common denominators. When the Knicks win, Julius Randle's playing great most of the time. When the Knicks lose, Julius Randle is playing horribly most of the time. Right? What does that have to do with the front office? Nothing. Okay. So if it has nothing to do with the front office, right? Stay with me. Stay with me. If it has nothing to do with the front office, can we give the front office credit for anything? And most nights, whether we win or lose, we as fans still find some way to criticize Tom Thibodeau. Most nights, whether we win or lose, we still find fault in Tom Thibodeau. There's something to be said about that. All right. That was the Lawrence Tears tip-off. I'm your man, Uncle Freezy. I'm rocking the spot. I'm on these ones and twos. I'm throwing this link in the chat, man. I'm ready to conversate. What's good? So I see a question. Is it possible that the other GMs colluded to Freezy out the former agents turned out GMs like Pelinka and Leon? This is very interesting, right? My question is it possible that other GMs colluded to freeze out former agents turned GMs like Pelinka and Rose? So first of all, no pun intended. Is it possible? This is a great question. Ashley, this is a great question. Let me think about that for a second. All right, I'm gonna star this comment. Hold on. That is a great question. Let me first start by saying this to that. In my Kevin Garnett voice, anything is possible, right? Ashley ain't one. I would say yes, it is possible. I would also say yes to that being likely. I would also say yes, specifically certain franchises that don't have great relationships with agents. So great question, Ashley Inc. That's a great question. I would say yes, yes, and yes. Yes, it's possible. Yes, it's likely. And yes, certain front offices probably did so. And Nick from Yuma says, I see what you did there with Freeze. Ha ha. Ashley follows up with, I know neither team had great products to offer, but no deals at all. It's interesting. Yeah. 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 In terms of what the Knicks have to offer, though, yeah. What do we really have to offer? Not sure. What did the Knicks really have to offer outside of Alec Burks? And what are you going to get for Alec Burks that's going to help you in the short term? JJ says, I think the main reason we struggling this year is the East improved so drastically. I disagree a little bit. I agree some there. Right? What I would say to you is this. The roster was flawed the entire time. The roster was never upgraded. What happened is one player played out of his mind and led a bad roster to the playoffs. And will we ever give that player credit for what he did? It's New York, baby. Hell no. He ain't never going to get credit. Never. It's just the way we think about stuff. It's the way we process stuff. Julius Randle will never get credit for the season, for that one season he had. Most New Yorkers are like, do it again. I believe it next time. When outside of Carmelo Anthony, when's the last time the Knicks had a bona fide all-star, somebody in the MVP conversation? Cully, what's good? Yo, Cully, we doing a joint tonight, man. Come through if you can. Yo, Subliminal 209 is in the building. Yo, y'all shout out the dynamic duo at nights, man. Cully and Subliminal 209. I think we may be able to get all three of us in the same place at the same time tonight. Yo, and if y'all could come through, man, make sure y'all check that out. Yo, because Subliminal generally has some dope takes, and Cully's hate for Tom Thibodeau is real. It ain't fake hate, it's real hate. Deangelo says, have some soup. I would, but that means I have to cook. I'm vegan, right? And there are not many real vegetable soups out there. You got to read your cans, bro. Yo, what's good, Ron? How you doing, man?
Chilling, brother. Home, trying to do some work. But I said, you know what?
Oh, the Basquiat t-shirt is dope.
Thank you, sir. I said, you know what? I'm here trying to do some work, but Freezy on. Let me see what Freezy talking about.
Basquiat. What's good, man? It's good to see you. I'm glad you're here. How's work going?
You know, it is what it is, man. Just looking at a bunch of papers, bunch of spreadsheet, a bunch of names, bunch of numbers. Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah. It's like a jungle sometimes. It makes me wonder how I keep from going under. Bro, trust. Hey, listen. So I have a background in such and such and such. I don't want to get into that. because I walked out of it and closed the door on it, and I really don't like talking about it that much no more. But I have a history of that, like taking people from 1 to 7, basically taking people. I'm rich, so they have, what it is they're more wealthy than their relatives had been, and so they think they're, that, and you explain to them, no, not really. You're not really that. You may be more so than the people you were around in a relative sense, but in a global sense, don't make me laugh. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you.
So yeah, when you said names and papers and all that stuff, yeah, I feel you. Yo, Deangelo's jumping in, right? Let me play the intros. I didn't get to play the intros yesterday because everybody was like, wow. I was like, yo, let me play the intros. But I couldn't get to them because it was crazy.
Hey guys,
what's up, boss?
What's up, Ron? What's up, Rizzy?
What's up, Deangelo?
What's going on?
Yeah, so we rocking, right? I got a few topics, Deangelo. I was gonna introduce to everybody, man. It's not nothing against what we normally talk about, but I had some deep thoughts about some. You know what? Let me just do this. Let me just do this. I'll tell the world when I'm.
I love that.
Yeah, man.
You gotta love that.
Yeah, man. So Ron and Deangelo, here's the thing, and I spoke to this before, right? But I never used examples. I used an example on a pod couple last night, right? And it only pushed me further along that road of thought. The way, and here's what I'm gonna say, and chat, listen, don't take this the wrong way, right? Don't take this the wrong way. Just take it as a thought. Just think about what it is that I'm saying, right? And then formulate your thought about what I said and reciprocate, just like the tennis, right? Back and forth, like a cameo song, right? Like Aaliyah, like an Aaliyah song. I think we are grossly overrating the talent on this roster. I think our rookies, for the most part, historically, if you look at them through a historic lens and not a present day lens, this young core is grossly overrated. Grossly overrated. I mean, it's criminal how we overrate this roster, especially the young kids, right? The veterans we have are the barely holding on veterans, right? The veterans we have, like if they go somewhere else, would they be in the same role? I don't think so. So if Evan Fournier was to go to the Phoenix Suns, would Evan Fournier start for the Phoenix Suns? No, he would not. Not only would he hold Devin Booker's jacket, Devin Booker might make him iron it and hang it up. You know what I'm saying? Right? If Alec Burks played for, and I'm speaking to the gold standard in the present day gold standard, not the historic gold standard, because I'm going to get to that too. The present day gold standard in my eye is probably the Phoenix Suns. Let me bring in Danny real quick. Danny Landis is in the building. That beat is dope. That makes me want to rhyme about my mansion and those 6 Jaguars I don't have.
Right.
But,
Yo, the Tom Thibodeau be fired yet?
Nah. But let me finish this. Let me finish this thought. I just wanted to bring y'all in. I didn't want to have y'all waiting backstage. Let me finish this thought. Real quick. Right. If Alec Burks played for the Milwaukee Bucks, would he be deep in their rotation? I don't think so. Right? I honestly believe the only guy on our roster, and that includes everybody, that has a legit shot to walk in and start right away for most playoff teams is Mitchell Robinson. Right? Could RJ Barrett go to the Milwaukee Bucks and start? Maybe, possibly, sure. Julius Randle, would Julius Randle go to the Milwaukee Bucks and start? No. Right?
No.
Right? Would Julius Randle start? Would Julius Randle start for the Golden State Warriors? I don't know. Would RJ Barrett start for the Golden State Warriors? No. Right? Now, with that said, the historical context, in historical context for can you just put it right? Okay. All right. That's Ms. Mocha trying to take some screen time. But anyway, this young core of and I'm just gonna say the first and second year players, right? Would Emmanuel quickly go to a lottery team and start? Sure, maybe. Right? Quentin Grimes, would he go to a lottery team and start? No, he ain't ready yet. I don't think. He ain't ready. Miles McBride, would he start? No. Obi Toppin, would Obi Toppin go to a lottery team right now and start? I'm not sure.
Maybe
he's got glaring holes in his game where he's got really huge highs. He's got very deep, cavernous, valley-like lows. Right? Like
he can go to Orlando and start.
Well, but my point is when you look at this young core that we have, how good are they really? Knicks fans, I believe we are overrating them. And the reason why I say that is because I've heard this conversation a million times. I heard the same conversation when we had Greg Anthony and Hubert Davis. Oh, the young guys off the bench are going to be such and such. Those young guys, man. That kid out of North Carolina is going to be a shooter, right? And Hubert Davis turned out to be a decent player, but he ain't turned out exactly how we thought he was going to turn out. And the same thing with Greg Anthony, the same thing with Charlie Ward, right? And so I draw the example. And when I spoke to the pod couple yesterday, the Lakers, the 1996 LA Lakers, had a young core of Corey Blunt, Anthony Pilla, Antonio Harvey. Their best young player was Nick Van Exel.
Excellent.
Right. And so the Lakers looked at that young core and was like, yo, that's the G. You know what I'm saying? I'll just mess around with Evergreen now. You know what I'm saying? No, but they looked at that young core and was like, yo, this young core is gonna be special, right? And then they brought in, you know what I'm saying, they tasted a little bit of playoff success with a coach that wouldn't change. Y'all remember Del Harris? Remember the dude that looked like the coach that looked like the dude from the Naked Gun? Yeah, y'all remember the Naked Gun? That movie?
Oh yeah.
Del Harris looked just like the dude from the Naked Gun, right?
I remember.
But
Leslie Nielsen, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yep.
Yeah, that was
So the Lakers had a young core. Our young core of Anthony Pilla, Eddie Jones, Nick Van Exel, you can't get no better than this. Until they got to the draft and drafted and then when they drafted Kobe Bryant,
he was cooking.
Yeah, right. But my point is, they drafted Kobe Bryant and then they turned around and looked at that young core and they was like, yo, this young core ain't nothing. We overrated them. Everybody can go. Right? And what I'm saying to Knicks fans is I think we were in that state. Right? You remember the Celtics had, and listen to who the Celtics had. The Celtics had a young core of Kendrick Perkins, Al Jefferson, Orion Green, Gerald Green, Tony Allen, right? They looked at that young core like, yo, we could do something with this young core. And then Paul Pierce arrived on the NBA scene. And they looked at that young core and was like, nah, everybody can go. Everybody can go. Right?
When did they have Reggie Lewis, Freezy?
No, not during that time. What I'm talking about is the emergence of Paul Pierce, the young Paul Pierce. When they were like, yo, these cats can't play with Paul Pierce. We got to get Paul Pierce something. And they wound up getting Kevin Garnett, Ray Rondo, and Ray Allen, right? To help win them a title. So what I'm saying to Knicks fans is this. Are we overrating our roster and our young kids because that's all we got? Or do you really feel like Quentin Grimes is the shooting guard of the future? You feel like Miles McBride is the point guard of the future? Jericho Sims is your big man center of the future? All right, so I'm out the way. What do y'all think about that?
Can I start?
Yeah.
Get out. I'll say this. I would love to make an assessment on that. I would be remiss if I made an assessment on that. But the issue is none of us can accurately do that because they haven't played. Other than Grimes, they haven't played. And the system that Tom Thibodeau has Grimes in makes Grimes looks pretty decent. But that same system has told us that Jericho Sims is not going to play. That same system has told us that Miles McBride, who might be the greatest G League player to ever play, arguably at this point in time, he's not going to play, right? So for Quentin Grimes, I could say he might be a decent shooting guard of the future, right? But I can't accurately, none of us can logically and accurately say anything for Grimes and Jericho Sims because they don't touch the floor, right? So is it by way of Tom Thibodeau's opinion Certainly. Everything that you're saying right now is all a judgment call off of Tom Thibodeau's opinion. Once we get rid of Tom Thibodeau, let's see what the boys can do under somebody else's tutelage, and then we'll be able to revisit this conversation.
Then charge me 10.
And I agree with what you're saying, Evergreen. They don't get enough play to know how good they truly are on Thibodeau's watch. But rumor has it today, what I was reading, that he may do major shakeups that I'm hearing. I mean, siren, sorry. But if he's going to do things outside of what we're used to seeing him do after this All-Star break, maybe this is the time now that we're going to see all the kids play and see what they are. I don't know.
Okay.
So, yeah, but there's not enough evidence because you don't see them play enough. You don't know. Like, I think Sims is going to be very good. I think McBride is going to be very good. These are just assessments that, we're taking it. It's a guessing, if they are.
But what does very good mean?
Going to be truly good. I think they are. I feel this.
So what do you?
I'm sorry. What?
So what does very good mean in your opinion? Like in your opinion, is very good all-star caliber, starter caliber, or good, decent NBA role player?
McBride, I think he's going to be decent. I don't know if he's going to be that, all-star caliber player. I mean, he could be a good role player. There's not enough. He hasn't gotten any play, so I can't say anything about McBride. So
you can't tell.
That he's G League. You can't tell. He's old. So everything's in the G League. He's doing a great job in the G League, but that doesn't matter. That doesn't mean anything. We all know that. But Sims doesn't get enough play. I think he'll be a very good backup, or maybe not a starter. I think he just knows his role, rebounding, playing real hard. We want that. Staying healthy. I think he'll be good. I don't know if he's gonna be all-star caliber. I don't see that. Maybe. I think he'll be a very good player. These are hypotheticals.
Right.
Grimes is very good. Grimes could be. He is something special with us right now. He's been very good. He's getting a lot of play from Tips. But that's it. I mean, the other guys, who else are we talking? We know what Quickly's game is. I mean, are we overrating these guys? I don't think we are. I think we just want to see them play.
Okay.
That's all. We just want to see them get more minutes to see what they truly are. That's all. Okay. That's all we want. We're not telling them, hey, Tips, start them all. Start Reddish. Start all of them right now. But give them more play to see if they could fit in like Grimes is fitting in. That's all. That's all I got to say.
Okay. So what you think, Danny?
I agree with Deangelo. McBride, we don't even see enough. We don't see enough of him. You can't even tell with him. Grimes looks like he could be a semi-star, not superstar, maybe all-star. Sims looks to me like as a pretty good serviceable backup. I don't think he's so far like a good starting center, but we haven't seen enough of him yet either. Like, you really can't give good assessments really because Tibbs ain't running these dudes that much. Even Toppin. You got to if you give him a string of games at like 25 minutes a game, maybe you could tell better from him. It's like these guys don't get enough burn to really assess who they are.
I'll push back a little bit, right? And here's why. So let me do this real quick. Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution, right? And thank you for rocking with us every morning. Paris Duggar says, no diss, but who's qualified here to know, Freezy? Hey, man, I know. I've been watching basketball for too long. I know when I saw Michael Jordan first step on the court, I was like, yup, that is a player. Right? The first time I saw LeBron James step on the floor, it's like, yep, that right there, my friend, is a hooper. He's going to be a Hall of Fame caliber guy. Right? Now, in terms of guys that emerge from the pack, you don't know about guys that emerge from the pack, right? It's hit or miss. It's hit or miss with guys that emerge from the pack. But just like we all say, you don't know they hadn't had enough playing time. That also means these dudes may not have shown enough to get on the floor. Are we at the point now where the Knicks are just going to say, you know what, screw it all, we just going to throw trash on the floor? I'm not saying the guys are trash. That's not what I'm saying. Now, hear me out, right? But how desperate do you have to be to just say, you know what, damn it, let's just try anything at this point? How desperate do you have to be? Are you that desperate as a Knicks fan? And there's no harm in saying yes, because I am.
We are desperate.
Yeah, there's no harm in saying yes. Hell yeah. Deangelo, if you ask me that question, I'm like, hell yeah, yes. Because the other results still ended up in losses. Right? Would I rather see Miles McBride over Kemba? Yes.
And them sitting on their hands during this last trade deadline, they said, okay, just this is our team. We're going with it. Okay, so then if this is our team, then play all the guys. Don't just isolate just to say we're going to play Taj 25 minutes and let everybody else sit. This is not. See what if we're going to just go out like this for the rest of the season, then play everybody. You have. That I just feel that you have to. What else you got to lose now? We're losing. We're not winning. But what we got, and you have to. And Tibbs has to change his method of coaching, which we don't think he's capable of doing. He's just that kind of coach. But he's gotten a lot of crap about it. But the front office should get a lot of crap. I know what I don't want to. But just sticking to topic here, and I just feel that we're stuck with the team we got. So we want to see the kids play now. Let's do it. So I guess we'll pass it to Ron now, right?
Yeah. So what you thinking, Ron?
Yeah, Ron, Mr. Forrest Whitaker eyes.
I'm good now. No drippy. Pause.
Yeah, I see that. What's up, Ron?
Well, let me start with my quick pushback to Freezy. I agree with a lot of what he said as far as when he was classifying would these players start for other teams, and I you're right in that regard. However, I do think that Julius Randle would probably start for 25 of the NBA teams in the league. Maybe there's 5 teams or so that he wouldn't start for because they have really good guys at that position. But I think the other ones he'd probably start for. But that being said, okay. I think I don't know if we're overrating our talent as much as we want to see it, but do I think that our talent is as good as we hope it to be? No. I can't say that. Only person that I see that I can say is going to be a star when he's 23 is RJ Barrett. I've said that many times already, and I feel like if RJ keeps playing, by the time he's 23, he's going to be a star in the league. He's got 2 more years. You can learn a lot in 2 years. Right. So I feel good about that. Now, Grimes, I'm one of those people. I'm out the box on Grimes. I feel like Grimes is going to be a really good player in the league. Not a superstar, maybe like borderline star, like one of those guys that is kind of right there, but not quite. Because I think that Grimes, what he has, if you feature him, focus on him, learning his game and getting better, I think he's going to be really good. Deuce McBride, you're right. Like he's a really good G League star right now. He might break a G League record this year, actually. But that doesn't mean anything to me. But I've also witnessed the Knicks play a bunch of guys out there that had no business starting or even being on the court during the Clee Anthony early days. That was a wild Knicks team, man. Wild. Right. So, and I think Deuce McBride is better than a lot of those guys that we had to witness play every night. So, I'm with you, Freezy. We are in a level of desperation right now. We definitely want to see these guys, but my whole pushback that I always have been saying all year is, even though these guys may not be the next great young stars, I think when they're on the floor, in certain cases, they might give us a better chance to win games than when we're playing some of these vets. It's not about me saying play all the young guys and we're going to be great. I don't think that. But I do think that those guys will learn and we might have a better shot to win some of these games we've lost. That's how I feel. I mean, you got to have Julius out there. You can't just go, hey, Jericho, McBride, and Grimes lead us to the promised land. You got to have somebody out there.
And Obi, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, listen. Yeah, I don't think that's enough. I'm just saying these guys got to play. And at this point, I definitely think they got to play. And another thing I wanted to push back on, just a slight pushback, is Alec Burks, to me, is a lot better than how he's been playing right now for us with these Knicks. You got to stop making Alec Burks play a position that he is not good at playing. Just let Alec Burks be a scorer as a shooting guard. Let him shoot and do what he's got to do in that fashion. Having him break down the D when he doesn't have breakdown moves and finishing at the rim when he's not a great finisher. He can draw fouls, but he's not a great finisher at the rim. Like, why are you doing this? Like, this team is all over the place. It's frustrating.
I was thinking, hopefully this makes sense. I interject with something, with Tibbs and everything. I was thinking if this year, what we're presently going through with this team, what happened last season, and things were reversed because it was supposed to be that we were going to go through the tough times last season.
Right.
With this team, and our expectations were very low last season. We didn't expect them to do what they did, make it to the playoffs, do that whole thing. And I said Tibbs would get a lot more rope because he was like, and then he brought in and said, okay, we got to give him a pass. It was his first year as coach, and then this season was like last season. We'd be like, all right, Tibbs, he did a great job, but it happened in reverse. So then you're like, okay, we expected a lot more. I think you could get where I'm coming from with this,
yes.
Where we expected, hey, okay, he did that last year. He's going to do it again this year and years to come. So it just happened in reverse to him. I was thinking about it a lot. I said, man, if it just happened differently, it's like it was a blessing and a curse, how it happened. That last season should have been this season what we're going through, right. And then. That's and I just thought about it. I said, wow, that's weird. He would have got a lot more rope. He would have got a lot more, hey, with support, I think, too.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
In reverse, maybe. But with his methods, that's a whole other thing. I just thought about that. Yeah. But anyway, not that it means anything what I said, but I was just thinking about it.
You know what? I think at this point, the Knicks need to go for broke when it comes to how they evaluate talent and try to draft people. You know how, when you look at talent, I don't know what the Knicks draft room looks like, but I would think a lot of teams, the first thing they look for is, how talented the player is. Then they look for the fit for the team and how you can incorporate this person into the roster, what needs you need to fulfill and all that stuff. I think at this point, the Knicks just need to get the best possible talent, even if it's one-sided. I know that's not what a lot of us want. And especially Tibbs, I know doesn't want that, but I really don't care what Tibbs wants. At this point, if you got a guy, say there's a guy in this draft that and he's in our target area that can light it up. If this guy can drop 30 points, that's a guy we need to go get because he does one thing really well. You know what I mean? And I don't mean like one-sided, like all he can do is shoot threes. He's got to be a guy. If you can drop 30 points, you got to be a guy who can get to the basket, do everything. Like you got to be an offensive, dynamo. Get one of those guys because that's the problem. We got guys that can do a little bit of everything. Nobody's solid at anything. Outside of like a Julius who could probably, be really good at certain things. We got a bunch of guys that do a little bit of everything well. And nobody's solid at anything. Like that's why you see a guy like Cam Johnson coming to the Garden and light us up.
Cam Thomas.
I'm sorry, Cam Thomas. Why is I'm thinking Cam Johnson? I don't know.
Suns.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, well, that's we know one thing that dude can do. He can score, and he proved it.
All right. Let me bring in some expert advice here to the panel to maybe round out our conversation. Man, what's up?
Please be seated. Please be seated.
Go ahead, D-Man. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls,
What's up?
how's it going?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Knicks fans of all ages. You know what I'm saying? Welcome. Karen, salute, Queen. Hey, I've been listening in the background just to what you guys have been talking about, right? And I like to get to brass tacks, right? Get down to the nuts and bolts of what the crux of not the argument, but the problem with this franchise is right now. Number one, the person that is supposedly has the reins to the team, we haven't seen in how long? This has been a long time. A long time. So we don't know if, what decisions are being made, what discussions are not being had. And then lo and behold, the head man hires a consultant. Now, I've been in a lot of different type organizations, right? Anytime you bring a consultant into your organization, there's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
There is a problem that you need to address. The consultant is there as an outside eyes looking in at your organization to tell you what's wrong and what you need to do to fix it. If you're willing to go that route. But you hired a consultant, which tells me you are not happy with the people you have in your front office. Let's start there. Damn the Tom Thibodeau and what we're talking about with the execution on the court. If your front office does not have a clue or direction in what we're trying to do, you're doomed to fail. From the word go.
G-Man, I was asking you though, do you overrate your roster?
Do I? No. I'm comfortable in how I feel about this roster. My problem with this roster is this is where we get into the conundrum, Freezy. The conundrum comes because people feel like players have an upside versus what we have or have not seen them perform on the court. And I'm going to tell you exactly who I'm talking about. People clamor to see Deuce McBride on the court all the time. Right. All the time. We've never seen, well, I'm going to say never. We have not seen Deuce McBride in meaningful minutes in a game to where he is actually the person that's orchestrating the offense. We haven't seen that. Tibbs has not allowed that to happen.
Okay.
So when we get to a point where we need to if Kemba Walker is out, then we move Burks or quickly into that role as a point guard. We don't go to Deuce McBride. Deuce McBride, in my mind, if Kemba is absent for whatever game, you start quickly or Burks, right? Either or. In my mind, the next rational rotation would be to bring Deuce in behind whoever that point guard is. We haven't seen that yet. We haven't.
Yeah, he ain't ready, bro.
Okay. That could or could not be the case. We haven't seen it. I need to see him on the court for me to agree with you for the fact that he's not ready. Now, right. the small sample sizes that we've seen a McBride in the game could very well lead you to what you just said. And I would agree with that if it's based on that sample size. But is that small sample size what we're going to, I guess, hitch our wagons to? We drafted this guy. At some point, we got to see him play. I would think. You spend a draft pick on him. So, at what point are we going to give him meaningful minutes? That's for somebody else to figure out. That's not G-Man's job to figure out.
Right. I would say this, bro. No head coach wants to go into a game to lose, right? Because two things happen. The loss that you take is on your record forever.
Yep.
Your franchise and your coach.
Yep.
Every win that you take is on your record forever.
Yep.
So no coach is gonna, in a reasonable sense. Thank you, boss. In a reasonable sense, no coach is gonna say, I'm gonna ruin my record forever because I don't like this such and such guy, right?
Oh,
And it's the reason why coaches are hesitant to play the unknown player, because if they lose and that player don't do nothing, the player don't suffer. The coach take that L.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so the thing is, if we start judging players by win-loss record instead of points per game, then you will see say us look at players differently. Like, hey, this guy's a winning player. You know, when he's on the floor, his team wins.
So I guess my only pushback there, Freezy, is we have 3 games in our repertoire right now that you can go back and research. That we were ahead 21 points in one game, 23 points in another game, 28 points in the last game, and we lost each and every one of those games.
Right.
So when you talk about and I can tell you exactly who played, who didn't play, and the amount of minutes they played and their contribution to the game.
Right.
So at some point, what we are doing, it's proven is not working at this point. Not working. Not even almost.
Okay.
So and this is what this is the thing that tickles my fancy, so to speak. When your head coach goes into the post-game press conference and says all things are now on the table, what does that really mean? What does that really mean? And more importantly, who are you talking to?
Right.
Who is that directed to? All things are on the table.
That didn't make sense.
None at
Right.
all.
But we were talking about the roster, though, not the coach. We were talking about the roster.
I'm gonna circle back to the roster.
Yeah, because the conversation about Tibbs and his rhetoric. We already had this conversation. We had a conversation Thursday and
not
Wednesday
talking about Tibbs today.
and
Not
Tuesday
talking about Tibbs at all today.
and Monday.
What I'm telling you
and last week
is how these things all culminate into a certain thing, right? There is no way in on God's green earth that on the roster a Cam Reddish should have multiple DMPs.
That's right.
No reason. None whatsoever. We're talking about the roster now, right? Okay. So how is it that when you are struggling, and we've always struggled at the point guard position, your answer to the point guard conundrum is when Kemba has an off game or is absent, our go-to then is Quickly or Burks.
Yeah.
Really. That's what we're doing. And we've seen this. We've seen this happen time and time again. And it has not worked. How long are we going to keep going down the same path before we make an adjustment, Freezy?
An adjustment. Wait a minute. So you're talking about Tibbs again?
No.
Okay.
I'm talking about the roster. Who we have on the roster? Who can come in at the point guard position to give us a different look versus what we're looking at game in, game out?
All right. Let me do this real quick. So Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says Tibbs isn't interested in them or his assistants. All right, Hard Will, what's good? Go ahead, Deangelo.
Yeah, let me say something. Yeah. If you don't play what you got on the bench and the young guys and stuff like that, we won't know what their deficiencies are in the NBA on how they play. If we're just seeing it one game and then Tibbs gets so frustrated, not getting back on Tibbs, but he gets frustrated and then just pulls him, we don't get to see what he is as a player. You can't see what his deficiencies are in the NBA, playing a certain amount of, if he uses his left hand or his right hand or whatever. You don't see it. You have to, and we know what Quickly's deficiencies are, I think, what we see him when he plays a lot of minutes.
Yes.
Okay, and we see what Toppin, which, we say, oh, he's just alley-oop, he doesn't have a mid-range shot, things like that. We see that, but we don't know. We can't assess it with McBride or Sims if they get enough burnout there. And if we could see that, then you could say, okay, maybe his ceiling is this high or whatever. If you don't get that playing time, you don't see what those deficiencies are in the NBA. I mean, you can't just say, as the coach has said, I got to see what you're doing in practice. They get the mentality could be different in the game than practice. You're gonna say nail it down to practice. No, you got to get them minutes. They're going to make mistakes. We all know that. We give them enough rope for that, but you got to get the play and to rate them. That's where I'm trying to go back to. Is just to rate them is unfair because we can't rate them if they don't have the minutes in the NBA compared to the G League or whatever. That's just my point.
Right. I agree with you there. And the thing about Tibbs is like he's the type. No, I'm just messing with you, Freezy.
I said, I was waiting.
Hey, no. I gotta see Deuce. I gotta see Miles McBride out there to really understand what we got in this kid. And I understand that people. That's the thing. When you don't see somebody, you do overvalue him. Overvalue that person. That's a given. We know that. That's true. But one thing I will say is, what Deuce is getting, and I know that's a point. This is where the development comes in, at least from the organization standpoint. Sending him to the G League, there's a purpose behind it. Because notice, it's not like they sent Jericho to the G League, which he should be there too. They sent Miles down there because they know that Miles can give you something. Why they don't feel he can do it on the court right now when we stink and we're losing games because we don't have a point guard out there, I don't know. Like, for example, I bring this person up because Freezy likes to point to him. I don't know if he's joking or serious. Dennis Smith Jr. Right? Dennis Smith Jr. has played 37 games for Portland, getting 17 minutes a night, averaging 5.6 points, 3.6 assists, and 2.4 rebounds. You telling me Miles McBride can't do that in about 18 minutes of play? I think he can. I think he can give us a little bit more than that, actually. So this is what I'm saying. Like, I just feel like it's not fair for us to, say that we're either or. Like, I like Miles McBride. I don't know what he can give us. So I can't really say if I'm jumping out the window when I say this guy can be the next point guard for the Knicks. I do think, and I said this already, I said it earlier, if Miles McBride played all season for the Knicks, through all the bumps, the lumps, the bad play, the good play, next year, I think he would be in a good position to be the starting point guard for the Knicks, and I think he would be way better than some of the stuff we've seen this year. But you got to play him every day, and he's got to learn. He's got to look bad out there before he gets better. We don't. Maybe we don't have that luxury. Maybe Freezy. Maybe you feel like you don't want to see that product because it could be bad. I don't know. But
Ron. So how do you like the Quickly experiment?
I don't like it at all.
Right. So you're saying, okay, so Quickly, who is a vastly better player than Miles McBride is in the NBA right now and has proven it. You don't like seeing Quickly go through this, but you're willing to sit through Miles McBride going through similar point guard adjustment to the.
That's unfair assessment.
No.
Let me just say.
They're both young players. They're both young players, and they're both trying to learn how to play point guard in the NBA.
Freezy.
Yo.
I think AD needs a link. He needs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he's going to get you also.
Yeah, I was going to say that. No, I don't think that Quickly is a far superior player to what Miles McBride could be. He's been in the. Hold on. He's been in the league. He's had his moments to work things out and understand how to play. Because don't forget, we saw Quickly come in last year. He was gangbusters. He was on fire. Yep. We had him in Rookie of the Year contention. Right. And then he got the rookie slump and fell off quickly. Get it? See what I did there?
Ron, what position was Quickly playing in?
Yeah. Well, no, I was about to get to that. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, I'm there. Yeah. The next thing I was going to say is Quickly's not a point guard. So the experiment for Quickly at point guard, I don't like because you know what? Miles McBride is a point guard to me. maybe you say that there's certain things he has to work on to improve his first step and stuff, breaking people down off the dribble to get in the lane. I get it. I understand that. But that doesn't, if you want to give Quickly the keys and allow him to learn how to do that, you can't tell me that Miles McBride doesn't deserve that same type of chance.
No, we're not doing it.
Yes.
We're not doing it. We're not going to allow that to happen. And ladies and gentlemen, this is why. And one thing that has not been discussed as we're talking about this roster, regardless of who is at the point position, as long as Julius Randle is on this team, guess where the offense is going to flow through? Let's not just kind of wave that to the side. Come on now. Julius Randle on the basketball court, the offense is going to flow through him. And it depends on how Julius is feeling that night. If he's got it going and he wants the ball, guess where the ball's going? It's going to Randle.
And guess where it should go? Guess where it should go?
If he got it going, absolutely. I agree 100%. But where the rub comes in, if, say, for instance, we're at the beginning of the game and the offset, I don't know what's said in the huddle. I'm not in the huddle. I can't pretend to explain to you what goes on in the huddle. But whoever the point guard is on the floor should be able to orchestrate the offense and find who that hot player is. Whether it's you, and I can tell you what the strong lineup is. It's whoever's at point.
So G-Man, let's do it point by point though. Because when you add 4 points, then we can't do justice to.
I got you. Let me slow down. You know,
I've
been away for a while, so it takes me a minute to calm my nerves. So okay, point by point.
Let me bring your antithesis. I meant to say protagonist.
Protagonist, yeah.
Or antagonist, depending on what side of it you're on.
Protagonist, yeah.
Right.
Anthony, welcome, my brother.
I've never antagonized. Hey, Karen, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Finally, we get to share the panel together. I've never antagonized Black Oscar not one day in my life.
Really?
You on the other hand, you know, I get to give you the wisdom, you know, depart wisdom to my older patriot, you know, Mr. Freezy, because I just turned on for like half a second and I hear him comparing Miles McBride and Emmanuel quickly in the same boat, same timeline, one guy. Freezy, why do you do this, Freezy?
Anthony D, don't think like a homer, bro. You already off rip.
I'm a Knicks fan.
Rip sound like a fan that can't think past his next step. Oh my God, it's the Knicks. I can't think past the next step. All I talk about is what Stephen A. Smith tell me to think about.
Oh my!
If that was the case, I would come on here and say that Quickly's a point guard.
Oh my God, no!
If that was the case, you see,
what does Quickly tell you he is?
Hold on, I don't listen to players. It's like my workers.
Yeah.
You just come here to work, get a paycheck, and go home.
That's it.
I'm gonna grab some cucumbers.
You know, Freezy's just out. We've seen, you know, and I wanna apologize to Chuck, because last year, I remember after Chuck saw him maybe once or twice, and Chuck was telling Nick Nation like, "Yo, he's not a point guard."
Yep.
And I remember I went at him, and I had reason to go at him. I'm like, Chuck, we haven't even seen him yet. We've never seen him try to direct the offense at any point in time. And here you are blasting him that he's not a point guard. It's the same position with Miles McBride, right? We don't know if he's an NBA point guard yet, But we know Quickly is not an NBA point guard.
But
Hence
so
the
Eddie,
difference.
again, you missed the point.
Well,
The point,
I only heard half your point. As I
the
said,
point was not is Quickly a point guard. I asked Ron from Still Knicks fans, and Still Knicks fans will be on Saturday at 11 a.m. Make sure y'all check that out. You know what I'm saying? On their channel, go subscribe to the channel and smash the like button before you get there. But before the show start, right? What I asked Ron was, were you frustrated with the Quickly experiment at point guard? And he said yes. And then I followed up with another question. So what do you think is going to happen? Would you be able to sit through the same type experiment with Miles McBride? That was the question. And what we're doing is we're taking bits and pieces.
Oh, my answer is yes, by the way.
Duly noted. And so what we're doing is taking bits and pieces of questions and sentences and pasting them together like a ransom note. We don't want to do that, right? Well, what we want to do is listen to what I asked. I asked that man a specific line of questioning, too, back to back. I never said Quickly was a point guard or the point guard in the future. I asked him, was he willing to sit through another frustrating bumps and bruises road at point guard with a young point guard? That's what I asked. Ron, is that not what I asked you?
You did.
Well, being that you were late starting the show, I didn't get the whole gist of it. I just signed on. I heard pieces of what you said. So I was correcting. Yeah, I was chopping up the pieces that I heard that you said. Kind of like when I hear Uncle Fulio and his nonsense on the controversy. You know, I have to come in and correct what I hear. You see, that's how this works. I come in and I correct what I hear. You know what I mean? Like a couple of weeks ago when he swore to God that Randall was having postpartum depression. You know, I didn't know $117 million could give you postpartum depression, but that's a whole nother story. Hey, Uncle Julio, how are you?
Good morning, everybody. How y'all doing? 80 already starting it off, and it's the afternoon, by the way. But 80 already starting off the day with some nonsense.
Coming in here wearing a New York Mets hat. Like, are you serious?
Shout out to
Queens. Are you
Queens,
serious?
Shout out to
every day. All day,
Queens
every day.
in the building. Queens, stand up.
Band of losers, get out of here. Oh, yeah, what's good, baby?
Good morning. I mean, good afternoon. How y'all doing? How's everybody doing? Freezy, what up, man?
What's good,
Ron, what's up? What's going on?
Chilling, bro. What's
Karen,
good?
Deangelo, what's up? How y'all doing?
What's up, man?
Oh, and Josh, let me tell you, we putting together such an all-star roster, and we're not done yet. You know what they had to do? They had to go on strike. They don't want to see the season. They don't want to see it.
Well, I just want to say, first of all, at first I was really wanting to come on because I disagree with all your takes, you know, as always.
Of course.
But Freezy said something that's important to me, and that's something that I wanted to highlight. He brought up Emmanuel Quickly. And when people say that, oh, I just want to see the kids because we're losing right now, so I'd rather see the kids out there. You know, I can deal with the losing as long as we got the kids out there. I think I'll be all right. Freezy hit it right on the head when he brought up Emmanuel Quickly. Because what happens is when you put Emmanuel Quickly out there and he's not shooting that well, everyone wants to see Emmanuel Quickly's head on a stake.
On a stake. Thank you.
And this kid's 22 years old. 22. And everyone was so quick to trade. Oh, we got to trade Quickly now. He's not shooting that great. You know, Tibbs is giving him minutes, right? Tibbs has him in the rotation for 2 years in a row. 22 years old. And now that we have Quickly out there, he's struggling a little bit. Everyone wants to see him go. Wants to see him go.
So what makes Josh?
But it doesn't matter.
That's not the point.
Hold on, but that's not the point. I'm talking about development, playing the kids, all of this stuff that everyone wants to talk about.
Yep.
Playing the kids. Let's play the kids. Tibbs don't want to play the kids. And now you got a kid out there that's actually playing, getting minutes, right?
Learning on the job. Developing.
And he's not doing so well, and everyone wants to ship him off to China. You know what I'm saying? So this whole thing about, oh, I just want to see the kids play because we're not doing so well. I would rather have it that way than what it is right now. It's nonsense to me because no matter what, if we're losing, Knicks fans are going to be in an uproar. No matter what, the games where Julius Randle was out through the health and safety protocols, and most of the roster that was playing with young kids, Obi was starting. They started McBride for a couple games or whatever, and we barely broke 80 points. what everyone was saying. Oh, I don't think the kids we got. I don't think we it. I don't think these kids are it. I don't think these kids are it. I can't wait for Julius to get back in the lineup. That's what everyone was saying.
Who said that?
Now
Yeah,
all of a sudden,
I didn't say that.
sudden it's something different.
No,
I didn't say that. First off, I
you
didn't
said that. You said that Dr. GYN controversy. You were the one that wanted him back in the lineup. You
So,
see,
wait a minute.
no one else was clamoring for him to get back into the lineup.
We see that Grimes is good. We see that Quickly's good, but we don't know about McBride. We don't know about Sims. They're not getting any play, so maybe we want more. Maybe Reddish, we get a little more minutes. We could see what more we got. Maybe we got some diamonds in the rough there. We don't know. That's our point.
Well, here's my question: who's to say that they can't play in the future or next season or maybe late this season?
But we're losing now.
But that's the
At
thing.
a
That's the
clip
problem.
by
Hear me out.
30 and 28 the other night.
But no. See, we're not losing by 28. We lost by a couple points. We were winning by 28, and no one wants to talk about the fact that we were winning those games. Everyone wants to criticize the front office and the roster that they brought in there. Yet we're good enough. Hold on. Yet we're good enough to go up 28 points and to go up 20 points. No one wants to talk about that. All they care about is what happened at the end of the game. Yeah, we lost the game, and I get it. I understand. Everyone is so frustrated.
It's the end that matters. It's the final result that matters. No one cares that you're up 28.
Understand. But that's all we're talking about. Though. We were winning by 28 points and we somehow lost the game. What I'm trying to say is, yes, I understand we lost the game. We're not winning games right now. I get that. But what I'm saying is if we're good enough to go up by 20 points, if we're good enough to go up by 20 points, if we're good enough to compete with some of these teams, yet lose it at the end, the roster has something in it. It has something in it. The players are just not playing that well. The players are just not playing that well.
I don't agree with that.
No, that's a bad.
I don't agree with that. I
the
would say
players
that
are playing well. The players
no. I agree
enough.
that we have enough. If we're able to go up by 28 points, we've got good players on the team that can get us to that point. We were running wild out there. Our offense was flying. Plus, we wasn't missing shots. We were hitting all our threes. But when you do stuff like that, you're going to go out to a big lead, right? The problem is the roster is flawed because we don't have a true floor general. You know,
hold on. Before you go, I agree with you. I agree with you. And I like I told Freezy before, the only knock that I have against this front office is that they did not prioritize point guard in the offseason. I will give you that 100% of the time. Go ahead, Ron. I'm sorry. I ain't mean to cut you off.
No. And that's what I'm trying to say. I'm like I'm not a crazy fan. You know, I see things for what they are, and I'm happy with what they are. Like some fans are already, I don't know if you guys have witnessed this. Some fans are already like, yo, we gave a first round pick for Cam Reddish. Cam Reddish looks crazy out there. He's a bum. No, Cam Reddish looks crazy because he's not getting good amount of minutes to be comfortable out there. Then when he goes out there, he's a young kid. He's jacking up shots. He's shooting awkward because also he's stashed in the corner. So when he gets the ball, he feels he's got to jack it up. There's reasons for the way he's playing. He looks bad out there because of all this other stuff. All right, I'm just saying that, you know, that's a point of emphasis for this Knicks team because stuff like that is happening all over the place. I had no problem with the way Julius has been playing for the last 6 games. His aggressiveness, the way, you know, you put the ball in his hands, he's starting to feel comfortable like last year's Julius. I get it. He needs that. Fine. But you don't make it so that he has the ball in his hands for 4 quarters playing 46, 48 minutes of play. You got to get the ball to someone else who knows exactly what they do and knows how to stop the bleeding, knows how to put guys in the right spots. Okay, we can't keep jacking up threes. They're coming back. We need some solid twos. We got to run some picks, some screens, back cuts. We got to get baskets.
Ron, who is that guy, bro? Who is that guy?
I know. I was going to say to the coach.
I'll tell you one thing. That guy is not Quickly at the point guard. It's not
Is it RJ Barrett?
Is
it RJ Barrett?
It would be if he was here.
But he's not. So
I get you. I got you. But
that's Derrick Rose.
But you know who is here?
Kemba.
Yeah, not even him. He is here, but they sent him to Westchester. Yeah, I said it. Deuce McBride. I know you might say he's not ready. He's not been. Listen, Cam has not been playing good for the Nets recently. He's been kind of struggling, but he's lit us up in that game, didn't he? In the fourth quarter, he scored 16 points. He had an opportunity, and he made the best of an opportunity. Maybe if you give Deuce an opportunity, he'll make the best of it. Of course, you don't know what to expect. We're just
because
not
your
giving
man
guys the
Grimes, because your man
opportunity.
Grimes is overrated.
Yeah,
Nah, Grimes is Klay Thompson Jr. I said it. I'm gonna keep saying it.
Grimes.
He ended up with 21 points against us the other day.
That's what he had, but I think he scored 16 in the fourth.
Yeah, he was like on fire.
Yeah, he was on Fweggies. That's the word, Karen.
So here's the thing. I'm not one of those people that believe that Deuce McBride is not ready yet. I'm not one of those people. I think Deuce McBride could definitely play some minutes. And like I said, when it comes to the front office, that point guard spot, them not prioritizing that, I will forever hold that against them. I will forever hold that against them because what they did was they had Kemba in the bag. Everybody knew they was going to get him. They knew Oklahoma City was going to buy him out, and they settled on him instead of going out. Or potentially, they didn't get Lonzo Ball, they didn't get Kyle Lowry, they didn't get nobody to man the point guard position, Schroeder, anybody like that. Right. So, but I will say this. Here's the difference between McBride, and I heard Dennis Smith Jr. being brought up the other day, a couple minutes ago. This is what the Knicks did not do with Dennis Smith Jr., what they're currently doing with McBride. They have him playing in the G League. That's very, very important. And people are not realizing that. Like Dennis Smith, Frank, all of them, they never played in the G League. The Knicks never used.
No, Dennis Smith, correction. Dennis Smith Jr. did play in the G League right before the Derrick Rose trade. He asked to go on his own.
Okay, that's right. You're right. You're right about that. But from the get-go, the Knicks, what they're doing is they are using their G League, their G League system, which used to be the developmental league. Now it's called the G League. So I think that's very important.
But Grimes got a chance, Josh. Grimes got a chance, and he's making the best of it. McBride hasn't got the chance.
That doesn't mean he won't. That's the point I'm trying to make.
When is he going to get it? You spoke to Tibbs. When's he putting him in?
I don't know when Tibbs is going to put him in, but I'm telling you right now.
Oh, okay. Well, then when I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait till the end of the season, watching them lose by 28, and don't tell me there are good losses, because there are no good losses.
No, what I'm telling you is you're not winning that ball. You're not winning that ball game if you have McBride in there either. That's the point I'm trying to make to you.
I don't know that. I don't know that.
Whatever.
Well, hold on. I'm not
Ron.
saying that, Josh. Hold on. I'm not saying that McBride is the miracle worker. The only reason why I'm saying you don't know that you don't lose that game is because McBride is a very good defender. Outside of what he's trying to learn on the offensive side, you don't know. Who's
a better defender, McBride or Grimes?
Actually, you know what? Some might say McBride is at the point guard position.
All right. So do you think that Grimes is a capable enough defender?
Yes, definitely.
He was guarding Cam Thomas at the half court line, and Cam Thomas hit that shot over Quentin Grimes.
Right.
No, Cam. Listen, Cam is a bucket getter.
It happens.
Cam's a bucket getter.
That happens. Yeah,
I know. I get that. But what I'm trying to tell you is, it doesn't matter if we have McBride in there. To me, the team chemistry, I think that's the issue. I think the issue is chemistry, and the communication is just not right. Up and down between the front office, the coaching staff, and maybe the coaching staff and the roster itself. That's what I think the issue is. You can mix and match all these players in here. It doesn't matter. The Knicks are just not a good team, and we need to accept. Because what happened was we were real high off that season from last season. Everyone was, the Knicks are going to win 50 games. The Knicks are going to compete in this Eastern Conference. And we had those expectations.
So we're a better team wait a minute. Hold on, Josh. Wait. So we're a better team playing more minutes with Kemba and Taj out there, and the young kids can't play.
I'm not saying that.
You think we can get better play out of the young guys with young legs, fresh legs? Come on, man.
I'm not saying that at all.
Hey, let me clarify.
I'm telling you, the wins and losses won't matter. That's what I'm telling you.
Josh,
the wins and losses
you don't know that.
Right, but let me clarify something real quick. So the fact that we said, would the Knicks have beaten the Nets if Miles McBride was on the floor? It's semantics, because whether we win or lose, Miles McBride would have gotten NBA minutes and a chance to develop on the NBA floor. So the end result, the end result, whether it's Burks out there or McBride is out there, weighs heavily on the future of the team, because we all think basically Miles McBride is going to be here, and the older vets won't be here long term. So if you're going to lose the game, why not lose the game with somebody that's going to be here long term? Because Tom Thibodeau said it himself. He said either you're winning or you're learning. So in the learning case, why are you still trying to teach Alec Burks and Miles McBride is not on the floor?
Bill, can I say something? There are momentum shifts too in a game.
Right.
So 1 or 2 plays that maybe McBride can make or whatever, there were momentum shifts in the game. But then everybody else is playing on that momentum. That's why the coach calls the timeout. We all know that. But there is momentum. There are things that maybe could have happened if the guys again. I'm not saying we would have won that game. I'm not trying to say that. But, you know, you never know. How am I supposed to know if they would have? You can't even say that, Josh. I'm sorry. Nobody can.
But
you don't know.
You're arguing a hypothetical with a hypothetical. That's exactly
what
you're
I
doing.
understand that.
What I'm saying is if whether or not winning matters to the fan base. That's what I'm trying to get at. So whether we have the kids out there or whether we have the vets out there, if we lose, there's going to be pushback on the fact that we lost the game and we had the kids out there. It's going to be there. People act like, oh, if we play the kids, I'd rather see the kids play rather than see the veterans play because I think the kids, you know, that's not true because when we talk about someone like Quickly, when he was shooting bad all those games, everyone wanted to trade him. Yep. And he's 22 years old.
Well, I actually wanted to trade him before then, but continue.
But when you look at the minutes, though, and most of these games, that even when we're losing, there's such a lopsided. It's so lopsided how many minutes certain guys are getting. They're playing. He's like, I don't want to get back on the coach, but that gets all the technical with the coach thing. We're not talking about. I'm just saying they should get more play. We got to see you in Grimes how good he's playing. We got to. I mean, Quickly gets the time to play. Toppin doesn't, and then the Cams and all. They don't get it. And we need to see that. And we're trying to evaluate the talent.
But other kids do get time.
Other kids do, yes.
Let me put these last 2 points out there about McBride because I'll forget if I don't say them. The other thing is, and I'm not saying I feel personally if McBride was out there in the fourth quarter specifically, we would have had a better chance to win the game. I don't know if we would have. We could have still lost, but I think we would have had a better chance to win the game. Because the thing about McBride is he affects change, okay? You know, DeJounte Murray is averaging 2 steals a game in the NBA, which it's incredible, right? Miles McBride, I know it's not the NBA, it's the G League, is averaging 2 steals a game in the G League because he's got, you know, hey, listen, he's got really good defensive prowess out there, and he's got long arms. He's in the passing lanes. You seen him when they put him again in the game in the garbage time against Phoenix, right? When he was on that guy, what was his name? Chris Paul, and then he switched off to Devin Booker and he got the steal. You remember that, don't you? All I'm trying to say is if you have him out there, you might have a chance to if things are getting out of whack, which they did. We might have a chance to get an easy transition bucket or something. He might get the ball back. We have an opportunity. Plus, he plays pretty good defense. And I think offensively, he's starting to get better. You know, the second thing I was going to say about him.
How do you know that? How do you know that if he's not playing?
Oh, I see how he shoots. But I see how see. The one thing is, you could say that the G League is what it is, but I see how he shoots in the G League, and he's been scoring. So I look at that and I say, if you put him out there, he could get a bucket.
So he's playing.
Yes, we know he's playing. But what I was going to say is the thing that I watch is not how he's playing, because I don't know if you know, our Westchester Knicks team hasn't been that good all year. Mm-hmm. But lately that Miles McBride has been in control these past few games. They've been winning, and they've been winning big. You know, the other day they won by like 41 or 50. I don't know what it was. And then last night they had a good game. 2 nights ago, whatever it was, they had a good game, and he brought them to victory. And he had 9 assists. Like he's learning and he's playing really good down there. I get it. It's the G League. All I'm trying to say is we're not getting that from guys who are out of position. I think you put Quickly back into his normal position, he plays better. You put Burks back into his normal position, he plays better. That's like saying, well, you know, RJ Barrett has been playing really good, and he's shown us a whole bunch of stuff, and he grew 2 inches. He's up to 6'8" now. Let's put him at power forward, see what he can do. He's strong. How would it look if RJ was at power forward for us? Crazy, right?
Yeah, crazy.
That's all I'm trying to say.
What do you got to lose if you play McBride over Kemba? I mean, are you kidding me with that? Anybody can answer that one. Come on.
No. Hold on. I'm not advocating for Kemba to be playing over anyone right now. I think, again, the Kemba move and them not prioritizing point guard, to me, I'm going to hold that against them 100%. Right. You don't have to convince me not to play Kemba. I've been off the Kemba train, and I'm not arguing for that.
And Taj.
And Taj, but guess
And
what?
Taj,
Nerlens
God's sake.
Noel is always injured. Nerlens Noel is always hurt. And I you know, you have to. Taj is better at center than Obi. Taj is better at center than Obi.
Taj
Better
is
pick and roll, better pick and roll
Obi.
defender.
Yeah,
He can knock down shots, right? And he can
But Father
screen
Time,
really well.
man, Father Time. I mean,
But
you
he's still,
undefeated.
but everything you're asking, you saying that some of these kids can do. Taj is doing that right now at his age. So
Taj
at backup center, Taj needs to play, particularly when Nerlens Noel is not there, or Mitch.
Nobody's saying that Taj can't do it. His brain is telling him, but his body's old now.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, he knows his
But he's
spots. He knows
performing.
where to be.
But he's
Yeah, he
performing.
does. He does
Nah,
perform.
he ain't perform. Who? Taj Gibson?
Taj, for what he's doing on the floor, Taj Gibson
For what-
serves an important
his
role.
role, but he's getting too many minutes.
Y'all bugging, bro.
Okay,
Taj
who else
Gibson.
are you putting at the backup
Taj
side?
Gibson.
You think Jericho Sims is ready for those minutes?
No.
I'm asking Deangelo.
No.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I would listen. If this is different, we're losing. Why not put Sims in over Taj? Yeah, I would do it. Yeah, call me the coach that would do it.
Okay, that's
Right,
I would
and-
try it. Why the hell? I'm losing anyway. Look at the damn record.
Right.
We're not
and-
winning.
Right. And so Deangelo and a lot of us are in the same boat, bro. We desperate to try something. So but here's the point that I want to get at. Because I think we may be off track with our answer a little bit. And I just want to bring, because y'all know Uncle Freezy is 100% correct 100% of the time. I don't make up the facts, bro. I just go by. You know what I'm saying, what people tell me.
Yeah.
Right? But here's the thing. Just because one guy is not ready means the guy behind him is ready also. Right? Just because Taj is washed doesn't mean Jericho Sims should be ready. You know what I'm saying? They are two separate players on two different timelines. Right? Just because one guy doesn't need to play doesn't mean the dude that's his backup is ready to play. And it's the same thing for Miles McBride. Miles McBride is a combo guard. Okay, that's the reason why he was not a lottery pick in the NBA draft. Because his point guard skills are flawed. He may be 2 or 3 years away from being a quality NBA point guard, right? Not a quality NBA player, because he is an NBA player, but he is not ready today for you to give him the keys to your offense and defense. He's not ready.
This is where I'm going to stump. I'm sorry, but I got to stump your point here. What about Grimes? We said he wasn't ready neither, and he got the time to play. And now he looks like he's ready. But I'm not saying you, Josh. I'm just saying the beginning of the season, we talked about, go back to the tapes. We talked about Grimes. He's not going to get the burn. He's not going to get the other coaches. He's not going to get the play. And we said he's not ready. Does he look ready to you right now?
Deangelo, listen.
And
Grimes and
Tim's
McBride. Yeah, Grimes and McBride are two different. Yo, CWC, what's good?
You give him the warning first about the Tips commentary?
Yeah. But Deangelo,
okay.
The point. So for one, Quentin Grimes was a top 10 high school recruit, being compared to all the high school conversation was Cam Reddish, Quentin Grimes, RJ Barrett, Zion Williamson, right? Quentin Grimes has a pedigree, right? Miles McBride does not. He was not in that conversation. Miles McBride is a top 200 recruit, right? Quentin Grimes was supposed to be the bizarro Deangelo Russell coming out of high school, the right-handed Deangelo Russell, right? He come to find out he couldn't do that on the next level. He couldn't do that at Kansas, right? So he went and redefined his game and became a different player. Right? So the talent for Grimes has always been there, right? He had to redefine his game,
right,
and figure out who he was going to be on the next level, right? Miles McBride, on the other hand, is a grinder, a dude that has talent and has certain skills. But if Miles McBride was 6'7", would he be a point guard? No. Right? If Quentin Grimes was 6'9", he would still be playing the same position he'd be playing today, shooting guard, small forward type, right? Because of certain skills that he has. McBride, if he was 6'8", he'd be a wing defender. He does not have point guard skills today. Does that mean he won't have them in 3 years? No. Right? We have to go through the process of allowing this young guy. Man, listen, basically what I'm saying is all fruit doesn't ripe at the same pace. Your watermelon and your grapes don't grow at the same pace, bro. That's what I'm saying.
In other words, we need to be patient.
I hear what you're saying, Freeze.
And let the process play itself out. The Knicks are in a rebuild. They are in a rebuild. So we have to accept that and not look at last season as, something where, we're supposed to be better than last season because it's another year. The process is still going. The kids are still developing. So, just because you don't and they don't get the playing time, I'm going to let you go. Just because they don't get the playing time that you think that they should get does not mean that they're not developing, that process is stopped. Everyone is so caught up about what's going on right now with the team instead of looking at the future. And I'm telling you that the future is bright. We have a lot of young talent that this front office drafted. Let's let the process play itself out. And then next year, if Cam Reddish doesn't get any minutes because they traded a first-round pick for him, then you can feel some type of way. I would definitely feel some type of way. But there's still a process that needs to play itself out. Everything isn't about right now.
No, I understand everything's not right. I completely understand that. I understand this is a development phase. It's his first year. He's still trying to learn himself out on the court and what how to harness the skills better and things like all of that nature. But I'm just saying, you think it's going to ruin him if he gets some minutes or extra minutes out on the court in the NBA?
No.
Well, that's all I'm asking for. That's all. That's it.
I'm saying don't rush this kid to be the starter.
No,
like that song,
I'm not saying
my
put
mama
him.
used
No.
to say, take your time, young man. Mama used to say, take your time, young man.
But Freezy, that's a good point, though. But guess what? But Derrick Rose is hurt, right? Derrick Rose is hurt. Now, I know he's supposed to be coming back past the All-Star break. Who you want to start, Kemba? So that's where the point guard issues kind of come in. Because, like, if you don't want to start Kemba, Derrick Rose is still
I don't want to see Burks.
All right, so I'll ask again, who do you want to start at the point guard? The Knicks don't have an adequate enough, to me, starting point guard on this roster unless you're saying that's Rose, and Rose has been hurt, right? So that's a front office issue within itself. But, you gotta, what's the pros and cons to all of this? If you don't start McBride, if you don't want to start Kemba, and you don't want to start Burks, who are you putting out there to start? That's the question.
Desperate times calls to desperate measures. So
the season is lost anyway, though. That's where I'm coming from. The season is lost anyway. So
if they weren't going to sign anybody, even at a buyout level or something, as a point guard to do some fill and shoes here, then what are we doing? Then you got to play the kids. Then what are we doing?
And
they didn't make it. The biggest move they made is they got that whatever that guy is, the Russian guy.
But here's my thing, and this is what I keep going back to. Everyone says that. Well, if they're not going to do that, if the front office would have used that last roster spot on a point guard, let's say Dennis Schroeder,
they did use their last roster spot on the point guard.
Yeah, you talking about he's not going to play.
Ryan,
he's not going to play. But let's say they used it on someone like a Dennis Schroeder, and Dennis Schroeder steps in and becomes a starter for the rest of the season. People are going to feel some type of way about that.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. This stuff never ends. And what I'm trying to say is just be patient and let this whole process play itself out. This season, we weren't going to do anything meaningful this season. We weren't going to go to the Eastern Conference Finals and nothing like that. That wasn't going to happen. So let the development.
No, Mr. Controversy. You don't get to get off that easy. You see, you don't get to get off that easy to be a talking point for management. Okay? Stop it. After you finish fourth, fourth, you don't get to rest on your laurels and say, well, we were going to go from fourth to eighth or from fourth to play-in. That's hustling backwards. You get fired around here. As you can see from yesterday, all of a sudden, Mr. Worldwide West is finger pointing now. It wasn't us. It's Thibodeau, right? That's his man. That's his man's in them. He helped get him here. You don't get to use that company tagline. You don't get to hustle backwards. Stop that.
AD, let me ask you a question.
Memphis did a bad job. Memphis did a bad job.
AD, hold on for just a second. Hey, what's up, Kevin Tucker? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up? What's up? Thanks for letting me join the stream. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
Hey, Kevin,
this is your first time being with us, right?
Long time supporter, man. I'm tuned in all the time. I'm normally in there as Kev Guapo.
Kev Guapo is in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
what's
you know what? Let me join today, man. Shout out to Uncle Fulio, man. I'm a big fan of the controversy. MBK.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate
it. Knicks fans, I always
Kev
check you
Guapo
out.
in the building. Yo, chat, virtual chat, show your love for Kev Guapo. Kev Guapo is on the screen, man. Y'all put some thumbs up and fire in the virtual chat for my man Kev Guapo, man. He in the building, ladies and gentlemen, representing real Knicks fans for real. What's good, bro? What took you so long to jump on?
What happened?
What took you so long to jump in here with us? I bet you.
Man, I work a lot of hours, man. You always on in the morning. I'm always at work, so I catch you on my break and on lunch.
Okay.
You know what I mean? But I'm off today, so I'm here.
Okay, well, good to hear. I'm glad you're here with us, man. Yo, chat, show your love for Kev Guapo, man. He be in the chat all the time, yo.
Word up.
Yeah, man. Hey, AD, I didn't mean to cut you off, but
no, that's fine. Since we have a new
panelist,
since we have a new panelist, let me ask him a quick question.
Let me do the super chat. AD, let me do the super chat first.
Go ahead, fam.
Neville Humphreys, thank you for the generous contribution. Neville Humphreys says, this coach was supposed to incorporate these young players after the first 15 to 25 games. Obi's minutes should be gradually increased to 25 to 30. Hey, go ahead, AD. My bad.
Let me ask the new panelist a question. Mr. Guapo, do you believe in hustling backwards?
Objection, Your Honor. He leading the witness.
Hold on. It was a simple question. Sustain.
This is the my cousin Vinny approach to making friends.
That's my man Guapo. What are you talking about?
Hold on. Let me grab my headset. I'm having trouble hearing you guys.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So AD, let me address the atrocity that you just put out there.
Wait. Y'all in trouble now.
Yo, what's good?
Man amongst boys, huh?
What's up, Paul? What's up?
Off to the principal office we go.
Yo, Fulio. You have a lot to say that I don't agree with, and I said I'm going up here just because if they let you get away with that stuff you just was saying up here. Number one.
Can I respond to AD first? Can I respond to AD first? Can I respond to AD first?
No. AD can wait. That's my guy. It's no disrespect.
Hey, hold on. Let him respond to AD first.
Speak right away. That's just the rule.
Yeah, go ahead and respond to AD first.
All right. So these atrocities that you put out there. First of all, you so caught again. You're caught up on the fourth seed. Caught up on that. Right? Instead of understanding that there's a rebuilding process that's going on, and that fourth seed or what have you basically wanted you to advance the timeline. What I'm trying to tell you is
it was a figment of our imagination. It didn't happen.
Okay, exactly. That's my point. You're still stuck with that same imagination, setting yourself up for failure, right? Let's say hypothetically, the Knicks this season, they make a 10th seed, they win 2 play-in games, they get into the 8th seed, and they win in the first round. Is this season more successful than last?
I don't believe in hypothetical situations. I deal with facts.
Okay, all right. So, and that's my point, right? That's my point. You're still caught up with that fourth seed.
That was fact.
The team is still rebuilding. They're still going through that phase. It doesn't happen in one season. It doesn't happen in 2 seasons. It's
How did they build on the team? How did they build on the team?
They drafted well, and a lot of these kids that were drafted by the team are now playing in the rotation. Yes, that's what's happening right now, and they're developing in the rotation from year 1 to year 2. They're developing.
They drafted well. Their overall number 8 pick that I like, right? Plays 7 minutes per game.
Yeah, that's not development.
How is he adding to the success? How is he adding to the success?
Are you willing to trade him? Are you willing to trade him right now?
I wanted to trade him 2 weeks ago. I wanted to trade Randall 2 weeks ago. What? You can't buy a pair of shoes that are both left foot. The right foot needs to wear one of these shoes. It doesn't fit.
You said you deal in facts, and you said Obi Toppin plays 7 minutes a game when he's averaging 15.
When? Where? I'm talking. No. I'm not talking about for the entire season, because for the entire season, that may be kind of true. You know, I don't have numbers in front of me. I'm talking about since late Christmas. Since late Christmas, Taj Gibson plays more minutes than him. Taj Gibson is 36 years old.
That's because Taj Gibson plays center, right? And our centers have been hurt. That's why Taj Gibson has been minutes.
I forgot.
Why not bring up Jericho?
Shaq was out here. I forgot. They were playing against Shaq and them. Elijah was out there. I forgot that. My bad.
That's hyperbole, and you know it.
My bad. You dealing in whatever. Whatever. I'll deal in hyperbole and facts.
Okay, sure. Go ahead, Harwell. Go ahead. You got it.
All I wanted to say was, you always saying about development, and I heard you sit up here and mention how, like, the season is scrapped now, so now they getting more minutes. I broke it down to you before. If you're gonna make guys better throughout development, right? After you see what happened in the season, blow up in your face, right? It's like you protecting the narrative. You can't protect the narrative once you see how it already came out already. It came out. You just said it. They said it about Tibbs already. Last night, Wes is saying that. So that proves the fact of all the development stuff you talking about was not good for the players, because of the fact of it. We wasn't going further than what they thought we was going. Some of these other players could have got more minutes and been way better than they are right now.
Hardwell, what did Wes say about Tibbs?
You know what Wes said about Tibbs.
No, you tell me, because I promise you he didn't mention anything about development, not from the report I've seen.
No, I didn't say he had to say nothing about it. They don't take it. First of all this go together. You don't have to. First of all, this is the first thing this man has said. Most of the stuff we've been saying is going to come out. It's still coming out now. When I said fire Tibbs, y'all said I was crazy. I had to argue on the panel. You gotta blame the person that's letting Julius Randle get away with all the stuff he got away with.
We was talking about development. Don't switch it up to something else. Let's stay with me. You mentioned development, and you mentioned
hold on. You the one have a thinking process problem, not me. This is not development to me. I don't have to keep going back and forth with you over that.
So why did you mention Wes?
He's involved with the situation. All right, hold on. Let's be fair. Ask anybody on the panel, do they think this team is Tom Thibodeau has developed these guys to make them better? Or for what?
No. Absolutely not.
RJ Barrett. Hold on, no. RJ Barrett hasn't developed under Tibbs. Mitchell Robinson hasn't developed under Tibbs. None of those. Quentin Grimes hasn't developed this season.
All right, let me ask you a question. When you have a player like RJ who did what he did and certain players in the position, most of the stuff we've seen was because of the COVID situation. We would have never saw this stuff. We still wonder why he don't.
Now who's talking to hypotheticals now? Now who's talking to hypotheticals instead of what happened?
What you mean hypothetical? You lost me.
You said if it wasn't for the COVID situation, we would have never seen this. That's hypothetical, my friend.
Oh
That's
my
fact.
God! Hold on.
Fact.
See, you see why you hold on. You see why you yelling stuff that's not true? How's that hypothetical when Tim still didn't put Cam in? He's showing who he really is. That's not hypothetical.
But Grimes played. But RJ played, and RJ
No,
developed,
see,
and
you
Mitchell
twisting my
Robinson
point.
developed.
Hold on. You twisting my point. I said you seen most of the good stuff from these players because of the situation. Don't give teams credit for putting these guys in strategically. That's what I'm saying. You twisting up my words. Don't start yelling, trying to twist up my words. Boy, you know I know what I'm saying. So even if you get it the wrong way, you just missing.
You mentioned the COVID thing. Now you want to go away from the COVID thing. Now you want to go away from that. Okay.
All right, listen. Let me bring it to you clear. I'm using different examples to show you why you have not a leg to stand on. You mentioned why West didn't mention developing, like West don't know what's going on. West and them, who got the W? Who got it? So you can't tell me when I first said months ago that the front office and tips is on 2 different pages. Everybody said I was crazy about that too. Now it's coming out.
No, I never said that. I never disagree with that point.
Man, you disagree with every other point. That's one you probably didn't disagree with.
He's looking for a management job. You know?
He came up here making mad excuses.
He's a Navy guy. Be all you can be.
Yeah, he's making mad excuses because his agenda, he's trying to at least have a little bit of point that's still surviving out here on this Knick card. Because most of his points is going. Julius Randle, he said Grimes is his favorite player now. He said this on air. Julius Randle.
I never said Julius. I didn't know you said that. Yeah, Grimes is my out of the young kids. Grimes is my favorite.
Now he added in. Look, now he added in the young kids. When he told me that on air, he said Julius Randle is not my favorite player. It's Grimes. He didn't mention nothing about young kids. So
Julius Randle was never my favorite player, though. Wow. Julius Randle was never my favorite player. You guys assume that. Julius Randle wasn't my favorite player. All I said was his team is not going anywhere without Julius Randle. That's what I said. And that called me a Randle lover. That called me a Randle lover.
Okay, cool. I'm glad you said that. Because we're not going nowhere with him neither. Because Thibodeau's whole plan was to let him do ISO ball instead of building up the young guys. Because if we wasn't going far this year anyway, it would have made more sense to start running through RJ earlier. That was the point I was making. You just said, didn't RJ get better? When you think RJ would have been better if they came in with that strategy from day one?
No, because RJ wasn't ready for that. He even said it himself in the press conference. Hold on. Hold on. I'm telling you what RJ said. Hard will. I'm telling you what RJ said out of his own mouth during the press conference, bro. He said that as long as I continue to remain aggressive, then everything, the sky's the limit for me. That's what he said during the press conference. So it's not all about the coaching giving RJ Barrett more. RJ Barrett, this is his 3rd year in the NBA, right? This is his 3rd year in the NBA. So RJ Barrett had to be aggressive. He saw that he needed to be aggressive, and that's when you start seeing him getting him better. First of
all, everybody that spoke about the team, they make sure they speak a certain way because they speak to say the same thing. So please don't judge with RJ or Obi. Obi said one day he just don't want to make a mistake. So what does that tell you? Like, you supposed to be developing, but one of your players said at the press conference, you just don't want to, you just trying not to make a mistake. But all along, you said this is great development, and you see players, even Fournier, and RJ was a 2 guard. He would have been better at the 2. You don't bring in a in front to play in a position of your third pick. Come on, man. This is not development. You making excuses for them like it makes sense, and none of it makes sense to me or none of the people.
How you disregard what RJ had to say, but you're gonna take what Obi said as the gospel. See, that's the inconsistency with that. That's inconsistency. What about Mitchell Robinson? Hold on. What about Mitchell Robinson? What about Mitch? Mitch hasn't developed. Mitch hasn't developed under this coaching staff.
Okay. Look, so let me be clear. They did develop, but don't try to give Thibodeau the credit. You have to give
please don't.
Who really developing their players in real different systems. You sitting here fighting for a development point when Tibbs won't even put in Cam. Bro, you have no point. Why are we still here? Next question.
Come on.
You see how Cam Thomas went off on us versus the Nets? He would have never got off the bench with Tibbs.
Exactly. Thank you.
Hypothetical.
Thank
He don't
you.
play defense.
Quinn
He don't
Grimes
play
is playing.
defense, so he wouldn't have.
But
He
Quinn
wouldn't have.
Grimes,
Tom
but Quinn,
Thibodeau
but
get
Quinn
more
Grimes
time
is
with the
playing.
slam dunk context on the court than he does on the
First
bench.
of all,
But Quinn Grimes is playing.
you got
But Quinn,
you got NBA players talking about Cam Reddish. You got Anthony Edwards. You got all these top guards saying he was one of the toughest guards to guard. And then it come out that because he didn't sign off on Cam, he not playing Cam. You don't coach or develop players because of your personal feeling, because you got your own issue. That's not how it works.
Although Hall
Amen.
will.
Hey,
Hall
hold on
will.
a second. Let me bring this
Hold on,
down.
Deangelo.
Damn.
What up, Sam?
Damn, what's good?
What's going on? How y'all doing? Hey, y'all can keep rocking. I'm just listening.
Okay, because I was just about to cut Deangelo off. I don't
No,
want to.
I wasn't gonna say anything. You got it, man. You got it.
My bad, Deangelo. First off, I just want to say once again, Freezy, I'm gonna give you props wherever you got it from. The Danny Landis joint. Literally, I put that joint in my crib. I'll be cleaning to that. I'll be rocking out with the wife. You know, a Danny Landis joint is hot. But anyway, all right. Besides
That's
the
Danny
point.
joint. Yeah.
Okay, so shit, old man moment. Hold on. What was I talking about? I lost it. This is
You were
bad.
talking about you wanted to join the Navy.
Will something.
Oh, yeah.
You wanted to join the Navy with controversy.
No, that wasn't it, brother. Yeah, what I was gonna say, Hartwell, is because you was bringing up the point about Tibbs. I will say that I think, in fairness, what Tibbs said about or how he felt about Cam was taken out of context. I think Tibbs had a point. If you know how he plays his roster, it made a lot of sense for Tibbs to feel a certain way. I think
Nothing
all he
makes
was
sense
trying to
about
say
nothing
is,
makes sense to me.
no, I hear you. I think all he was trying to say is, don't give me a situation where you trading Kevin Knox who I'm not playing and bring in Cam because I don't got a spot for him right now. I think that's all he was trying to say.
And
That's
that
all he
makes
was
sense to
saying.
you? That makes sense to you?
Yes.
I mean, we barely if before the trade happened, we couldn't find time to give Grimes, Deuce, Obi more minutes.
Right.
And then you bring in Cam. How's Cam going to play? So I understood that.
I
I'm
don't
not saying it's
understand
right.
that when nobody, we not winning, and nobody
ahead.
on that in that lineup is probably better than Cam, and you can't even fit him in the second unit. That don't make sense to me, bro.
Hold on, Harwell.
I agree with that.
Harwell,
Yeah, I agree, 100%.
I'm Harwell. Look, I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that, bro. I'm not advocating for Cam not to play. That's not what I'm trying to do. I think there is a disconnect between the front office and coaching staff, and if that's the case, Tibbs got to go. So I'm not sitting here defending Tibbs. I'm not doing that at all. What I'm trying to say is that development is taking place, despite the playing time, and y'all think there's a big minutes disparity. I think there's development taking place, and just because we don't see these guys right now getting the minutes that you want them to get, doesn't mean that won't happen either at the end of this season or next season. That's what I'm saying. I'm not defending Tibbs all the way.
Yeah, but Fulio, how could you even think that when Tibbs' track record proves that he doesn't give anybody any minutes?
That's what
Unless
I'm
you're
about to
30
say.
years old.
There you go.
Y'all act like we just picked that one thing. We adding that on to a whole bunch of marbles and things that Tib do that proves the point. We're not just talking about the Cam. That put the icing on the cake. Everybody.
So would you fire him? Would you fire him?
So wait a minute.
When I first said fire him, Braun and what's the name was disagreeing with me.
Hey, hold on, y'all, because y'all all over the place. We all over the place, right? This is like watching chicks at the club fight, bro. We all over the place, bro.
Hey, there ain't nothing wrong with watching some chicks in the mud. Stop playing.
Because what we were talking about was the roster. This ain't have nothing to do with Tibbs. Is your roster overrated? Do you overrate your roster? That was the conversation. And we always gravitate back towards Tibbs because we don't like him. We understand that. We already established the point that a lot of fans don't like Tom Thibodeau. But that's not where we was going here, right? What we are talking about is this.
is this roster? Are you overrating this roster because you feel like this roster is underrated, and that the world will eventually see how good this young talent is, or are you overrating it because it's your roster and you don't have nothing else? Right? That's the question that I'm asking y'all. Is Quentin Grimes going to be an all-star on this team? Is Miles McBride going to be a Kyle Lowry type point guard in 2 to 3 years? Right? These are the questions that we want to ask. Tom Thibodeau rotations, we already beat that horse to death.
Freezy, I'm not trying to cut you off. I was just going to say the chat is asking, and let me make it a simpler way. The chat is basically asking if anybody's not talking on the panel, if they could just mute their mic.
Yeah, I was just about to say that, Ron.
Yeah. Appreciate you, bro. Like, so what I want to ask Hard Will is this. Hard Will is a legendary New York City basketball player, right? Hard Will got his own show on YouTube, and he's successful at it, right? So I'm asking Hard Will this directly. Is Miles McBride a player?
– Is he a player? They all players.
Yes.
You mean is he a good player?
Nah, you know how we talk, bro.
What I was going to say was, Freezy, I don't agree with how you saying that because I can't make an assessment on players the correct way if they being coached. That's like players on my team and I don't allow them to do certain things or play how they play. You got to say that I'm holding them back or I'm not putting them in. They're not getting out. Like, for instance, Giddey and those guys over there, though. Look at those young players, for example. Look at what they could do just with the opportunity. Now, granted, and I know this is how I'm answering the question because you said that we're not talking about Tibbs, but I wanted to say that this has all to do with him, even though you asking me a different question, but I just wanted to answer the point I was making when he brought up developing, because to me, Tibbs is messing up players by handling them the way he does. It's old-fashioned. So it's hard for me to say what a player going to be if I don't get to see him the right way. Even if we playing against a team, a young team, you don't even see these kids play. You don't see Sim. People been saying it. You see Taj Gibson, players that's not in our future plans. We seeing these players more. So I don't know. I never expected McBride to be a starter on our team because from college, he needed a lot of work. You know what I'm saying? Don't get me wrong. I know about players from college. So I didn't think McBride should be starting or anything like that. I'm talking about once they seen we wasn't going far, some of these players should have started getting minutes. And that's my main point. More minutes. Not developing through like how Julio said, RJ developed the way he developed. I think that he should have been having that opportunity, more by decision, not by default. More by Thibodeau. I see the talent in this kid. Let's run some stuff through him, reference to running it through Randall the way he was.
Right. So
Let me answer the question, please.
Basically, what I glean from that is that you don't know what Miles McBride is going to be yet. Right.
I'm not sure.
But certain players pop off the screen from the first minute you see them.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Some players, as soon as you see them step on the court, you can make this. Hey, that dude right there is going to be a player in this league for a long time.
But the coach got to believe in him for you to see him enough, or for him to believe in himself more.
Can I get first of all the OKC?
You don't agree with that? You don't agree with that? Look at
no. I agree with you. I agree with you, bro. What I'm saying is the OKC example is terrible because one, OKC is the youngest team in the NBA, first of all, and second of all, they're in the lottery right now. If we had OKC's roster, the fans will be pissed off that we're losing.
See, I was not talking about a team, bro. You always twisting my points. I was talking about young players, bro. That just when you see they can play and you playing against a young team, our young players are supposed to play. That's why I mentioned them. As far as those players having an opportunity, they could wind up being better than some of our young players. That was the point in bringing that up. Stop trying to twist my points. You never win when you do that.
How about? Can I add some? How about how the Golden State Warriors are developing their players? Even though that's a different level. That's a different level. But just look at all the young guys that they developed over the last 2 years.
Exactly.
But that's not fair.
Why is that not fair?
Why is that not fair? Because they was in the lottery last. Don't forget they was in the lottery
that's not
last
fair?
2 years.
Who are they developing? Who are they developing though?
Well, listen.
You're not looking at their roster.
Listen, for
I know their roster pretty well. I know their roster.
So you already know who they developing.
The last 2 years. The last 2 years.
Uncle Fulio, listen, man. Listen, because we all over the place. I feel like I'm watching chicks fight outside the club. Oh, we all over the place, bro.
In the bowling alley on the lane.
Or something, yeah. Because for one, you can't compare the Golden State Warriors to the New York Knicks because for one, their fan base is satisfied to an extent because they have championships, NBA championships in their rearview mirror with this current regime, right? So they can be patient with this regime through mistakes and missteps because they know eventually this organization is going to get it right, right? The Knicks fans don't have that luxury. We don't know if this regime is going to be able to get it right because they hadn't proven anything, okay? Secondly, you can put rookies on the floor with Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green.
Which is what they do.
Because what they do is they correct these rookies on the fly, right? We are putting our rookies on the floor with Julius Randle and Kemba Walker. What if they won? Diddly poo.
Right.
Which is not a fair comparison, but at the same time, the fact that they still intermingle their rookies into their veterans, that's still part of the development process, which is what they're doing.
Exactly.
And that's my example of how they're developing.
But my third thing is this. My third thing is this. James Wiseman was taken with the number 2 pick in the NBA, or with the number 2 pick in the NBA draft, right? Kuminga was a top 7 pick, right? We're comparing the number 2 pick and the number 7 pick to guys that were picked 25th and in the second round.
But you got to
those are the 3 things that I just.
But you got to add Poole and Lee to that too, because those guys are developing. They were late picks.
Good point.
And that's what I'm talking about in development. That's what I'm talking about in development.
Right. And the other thing is, but to Freezy's point, and I see where you're going with the Hinton. But that's the thing. When you got a winning product out there, it's much easier to develop young talent because you're not depending on them. You're incorporating them.
Right. But they lost in the play to Memphis.
And they found Toscano Anderson also.
Right.
So
and he's a player too.
Exactly. But see,
this is the thing they also have different type of players over there, like Clay, Steph, and Draymond. These are all players that are good at making other players around them better.
Right. Yeah. But did you hear what he said?
They're good pieces to work with. You know what I mean?
Did you hear what he said though? He was talking about last season when they wasn't there. You know that, right? And they lost in the play-in to Memphis. You know that, right? I'm just saying what homeboy was talking about.
For 2 years, basically 2 years they've been developing. Because remember because Steph was hurt. Remember, Steph hurt his wrist, so they had to develop. That's when they had Russell
the season,
and and then Clay's been gone for 2 years. So they haven't really been good, but he's still coaching them dudes up. He's still trying. The Knicks are trying to win games at the same time, but the problem is that one of the guys they're trying to win with, he don't belong here.
There we go. That's a good point, Henry.
But the most important thing though is what y'all missing is the Golden State Warriors have a championship environment right now.
Very true. Which is not a fair comparison.
They have the opposite. Yeah,
but
the Knicks don't.
But you still got to look at their process. That's all I'm saying. You just got to look at their process of how they're doing it.
And can I just throw this out here real quick? I don't know who said it, but the Thunder are currently number 4 in the tank standings, and we're number 9. So technically, we are in the lottery at the rate we're going.
Oh, this is a lottery team. This was a lottery team last year. They should have been lottery last year.
Yeah. And so that's why I say you can't push the blame because the roster was flawed for a long time. And we had a miracle season, and it fooled people into thinking that this team is good when it wasn't. Right? I think a lot of people acknowledge that, right? You know, I mean, the Knicks legit were a meandering team until the last 20 games of the season last season, and they went 16-4 in the last 20 games. Right? So this team would look just like or kind of similar to this year's team, except we got hot in the last 20 games. Right?
Yeah, so I told you this is the team I was expecting last year.
Right.
A quick question, Uncle Freezy. Would you prefer? All right, let me say it like this: if you had a choice between all the young players we got on the team now, young rookies, not RJ and stuff, not OB, would you prefer having those young guys or Josh Giddey?
I don't understand.
Like all the young guys we got, Grimes.
Without RJ, don't say RJ.
Yeah,
Don't
not
say
RJ. I'm not talking about RJ. Would you prefer having any of those guys over having Josh Giddey, or would you prefer to have Josh Giddey?
What's today? Friday.
It is.
It's February, right? The reason why I say it like that is because preferences change based on certain things. If you're asking me to be steadfast if you're asking me to formulate a complete thought on how I feel about our players long term, then I can't really project that way. Because here's the thing: is Giddey really going to be a point guard, or is he going to be that Luka Doncic, Cade Cunningham morph of a point forward type guy with guard skills? So if you're asking me, would I take that over our young guys? I don't know. I don't know because you already have Randall, right? Giddey is ball dominant and Randall is ball dominant. How does Giddey fit on this team? Is Giddey a good off-ball shooter? No.
Nope.
Right?
He was the other day though.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Well, all right.
It's amazing. It's amazing how dudes turn into Reggie Miller when they play us.
Freezy's already given me the opposite answer that I thought he might give me, but I know I'm dealing with Freezy, so it's always it's you never know what
this Scully may be too tight, bro. That's
right. So my point was Josh Giddey looked all world against us, right? And he's a good player, and he's gonna be probably a really good player in the league. But the dude is not a good shooter. He's terribly inefficient. He gets hot, but one thing he can rebound. He's a good facilitator. I'm saying, like, when you talk about, are we overvaluing our young guys? Are we expecting too much from these guys?
Yes.
You look at a guy like Josh Giddey. We've seen him light us up. He's a young guy for OKC, and in that situation, he looked all world. If he was on the Knicks, would he be overvalued? Would you be happy with his talent? Would he be that next type of transitional star you're hoping for? Because he looked that way, but I don't think he is right now. It was like one of those, he had a really good game. He's been playing well lately. But I looked at his numbers, and he's very inefficient.
And he was the number 6 pick in the draft.
I get it.
You know what I'm saying? What if the Knicks had a 3 or 4 top 6, top 7 players on the roster? Would this conversation be different? Yes, because our roster would be littered with Jalen Greens, Scotty Barneses, Jonathan Kumingas, and all these type players, right? The conversation would be different today, but we don't have those. I'm gonna just say this, and Knicks fans don't go crazy.
Mama,
I don't care. I don't care because we are what we are. I would take all these young players, package them up, and go get me a guy. That's what I would do. I would take everybody. Listen, I love RJ, right? But if I could package all these guys up and get a LaMelo, c'est la vie. I love you, RJ. Listen, I love you, Grimes. But if I could package them up and go get a LaMelo who looks like he's going to be transcendent if he can get his mind right, c'est la vie. And I know y'all bought Quentin Grimes jerseys, and I know y'all love Miles McBride and Jericho Sims. But I would package all them dudes today and draft picks for LaMelo Ball.
But Freezy, and I'm not trying to bring it there again. I'm sorry I have to keep bringing this up, but this is a reality because we still don't know what the hell this team is doing. A lot of the fan base wants Tibbs out of here. I'm not trying to take it there. I'm just saying a lot of us want Tibbs out of here. I'm on that. I'm there too at this point. I've seen too much. I don't want to see no more.
Right, because y'all like watching girls fight outside the club. That's what this is.
No. I like a
coach
who understands how to make in-game adjustments. It's not about rotations. I'm not even talking about who he is not playing. I'm talking about if you say you want to give us the best chance to win, then give us the best chance to win. Don't give me the speech and then don't do it. Don't watch your team be up 28 and look at them fall apart and make no adjustment. But anyway,
Ron,
okay.
Ron,
that wasn't my point, though.
What it is you like the buffet, bro. You a buffet. You like the buffet.
I like to win. I like winning.
No. You like your choice of different meals. With me, I want one meal, bro. That's why when we have these conversations, you and I disagree. It's not because what you're saying doesn't have merit, or what I'm saying doesn't have merit either. What it is just we come from a different place. Our preferences are different. Like, for instance, I heard multiple people say Tibbs need to play the kids more minutes. Well, Quentin Grimes is getting 17.8 minutes a game. Obi Toppin is almost getting 15 minutes a game, right? Mitchell Robinson, who is a kid around the same age as Obi Toppin almost, right, is a kid. RJ is a kid, and Tibbs is playing him to death. Quickly is a kid, right? And so at the same time, Knicks fans are saying, well, I want to win. Well, if you want to play the kids and let them play through mistakes, sometimes you're going to lose. So if you want Tibbs to win, you can't allow the kids to play through their mistakes, because mistakes will cost you games.
Young teams don't win in the NBA. So
Can
that's just a
I
fact.
get the floor for 1 second?
Yeah.
You say we're gonna lose with the kids, but we're losing with the vets.
No, I didn't say. First of all, I didn't say we're going to lose with the kids. I said kids are going to make mistakes, and you have to allow them to play through their mistakes. And sometimes that means you'll lose games. That's what I said.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to misconstrue.
But he does pull
Tibbs.
Tibbs. He does.
But the
pull
thing
Tibbs
is
that he does pull Obi at the wrong time though when Obi makes a
Thank you,
mistake.
Hanson. Thank you.
Yeah, and there's no need for Randall to play 42 minutes a game. I know he's our best player.
I agree with that.
You got to scale that back a little bit and make some more room for Obi. Let Obi get at least 25 minutes.
I agree with that 100%.
And you know what? Y'all are gonna really Freezy's gonna like this one because he loves to talk about how the front office, and this is off topic, how the front office is inept and they don't make moves. And I'm pretty sure each of one of us has some type of frustration with them. But I know y'all seen, well, I've just seen, but I know y'all probably heard about the reports that came out recently about DeMar DeRozan saying that he would have had strong interest in coming to the Knicks, but one Leon Rose did not want to make him an offer. It was actually the guy who we thought who wouldn't want to offer him, Scott Perry, who wanted him here. Leon Rose did not want him here. In turn, they wanted Fournier.
Sam, let me just say, I was on board the DeRozan train, and every time I was bringing it up, I was getting destroyed by the fan base who did not want DeRozan. Why? Because DeRozan can't shoot.
And
That's what everyone was saying.
Think about this.
They were like, RJ and DeMar DeRozan are redundant, which is the most ridiculous thing you ever heard in your life.
Yeah,
if RJ Barrett was as good as DeMar DeRozan right now, we would not even be having the DeMar DeRozan conversation.
So just think about that, guys. The Bulls basically just offered him, and the Knicks did nothing. The Knicks didn't even offer DeMar DeRozan.
Right.
I didn't know it was that.
I'm not a believer that actually DeRozan wanted to be here. I don't care what nobody says. I think he's just saying that. So
how do you feel about them not offering him though?
It doesn't matter because I don't believe that he wanted to be here. I think he was only. I think he was only focused on the Lakers, and the Spurs wound up settling for a trade with the Bulls because they was going to pay him the most money. So I don't think he ever wanted to be a Knick.
That's fair.
Okay.
Well, the Bulls, there was a signing trade, so we would have had to give up some assets for him. And at the time, in the beginning of the season, hold on, no, I got you, Freezy. I'm with you because I wanted them, right? But in the beginning of the season, I'm talking about the fan base. All the fan base is like, well, look at DeRozan's this and all of that. In the beginning of the season, not a lot of people wanted DeRozan. I was one of the few people that actually wanted him. And the fans were like, no, you got to be patient, Josh. You got to be patient. You know, he can't shoot, and this team needs shooting right now. That's why they went to go get Fournier, and that's why the Fournier move was going to work out. Now, all of a sudden, it's not working out, and everyone's now talking in hindsight. So this is what I talk about when I talk about the fans and how they feel, because, like, everything the fans are saying right now, this hypothetical stuff, that's not the way y'all were feeling a minute ago. Now y'all changing it up because the team is doing what they're doing right now. And I'm not talking about anybody specifically, but
in fairness, I just want to say to Hinton's point with regards to DeRozan, he may not have been opposed to coming to the Knicks, but John made a good point last night on the NBA report that's on Nothing But Knicks. There's still Knicks fans, Ron and John in the building. But anyway, whatever. Anyway, he made a really good point that DeRozan said that, you know, for a lot of his career, he's never had a choice as to his happiness and where he wanted to go. And the Bulls, it was a sign and trade. So he finally had a choice into going to Chicago. And that's what he wanted. So that's why another reason why he's very happy. So
yeah. See. Thank you.
That was it.
Okay.
I didn't mean to shut the room down.
Yeah, I think they was looking for more, Ron, and you just.
Oh, my bad. Well, you know, the other thing is DeRozan really likes Chicago beef, and like they don't have that in New York. So you know, keep that in mind.
No, we know it's New York strip steak here, baby. Yeah, that's the thing.
Pause.
Maybe he likes the Michigan Mile or whatever that is.
Hey, Hinton, why you call yourself Nick's Optimism? I'm curious about that.
Oh, nah, this is just a troll.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
so you don't
I'm
have
just
any optimism? You don't have any optimism at all?
Nah, I want to blow it up.
Yeah.
Oh, damn it. Oh, I'm sorry, Hinton, but I forgot, and I'm gonna forget again if I don't say it now. Freezy cut me off because he was going back and forth with me. I forgot my whole point that I was trying to tell Freezy was LaMelo Ball, being that we don't know exactly what this Knicks organization is going to do, and Tibbs could be here for another 2 years. We don't know. But if Tibbs is the coach, I don't want LaMelo here because I don't think LaMelo is going to be able to be LaMelo under Tibbs. LaMelo is, you know, he's got a lot of skills, but some of his choices, some of his moves out there are a little wild. And if you don't allow a young player like that to be able to do what they want to do sometimes on the court, you lose the best of that player. That player can't be who he is.
So, Ron, are you saying that LaMelo Ball in any other situation won't be doing what he's doing right now?
No, I think he can, but the coach has to be okay with it. I don't. Some of the stuff that LaMelo does out there with Charlotte, I don't think Tibbs would be okay with.
Because to me, that's what makes a player. But that's what makes a player great, in my opinion. When you can be able to do whatever you're doing right now on other teams and other situations, that's what separates players like the Kyries or whatever. They're gonna go out and get theirs no matter what. You know what I'm saying? So if you don't think LaMelo Ball is that player, that might be a contradiction because Freezy wants to trade everybody to get LaMelo Ball. So I'm just putting that out there.
No, that's not what I want. I'm saying if that's an option, I won't turn it down. What I'm saying is Quentin Grimes is not a generational talent.
No,
agree.
Don't try to fool me on that, bro. Don't try to sell me.
He is Klay Thompson Jr., but no, he's not.
Yeah, don't try to sell me that Miles McBride is going to be a high level all-star type point guard. He might turn out to be Kyle Lowry. Don't try to sell me on that. All he needs is minutes. Nah, bro. I know it when I see it.
Cam Reddish?
Yo, the first time I saw Penny Hardaway, bro. I knew that dude is gonna be special. I didn't need to wait 2 or 3 years for Penny Hardaway to know that he was gonna be special. The first time I saw Grant Hill, I was like, yo, this dude is 6'8" and can handle. This dude is gonna be special. Now, Miles McBride, I see a point guard that can't set up an offense, and y'all telling me that he deserves more minutes.
So, Freezy, you're telling me that under that logic, right? So, who here thought that Giannis was going to be what he is when he first entered the league? Did anybody think that?
No.
It took him years to develop, right? So we can't just say because these guys, you know, some of these guys, first year they're not looking like
I can say
LeBron James.
Not everybody. So Sam, I can say these things because I've been a Knicks fan since 1975, right? And listen, y'all been people, not you, but people in general have been selling me on the young core argument since the 70s. Ever since we drafted Bill Cartwright, Michael Ray Richardson, and Mike Woodson, Cat's been telling me, yo, this young core, man, this is the future. This is the future. Ever since Mark Jackson, Rod Strickland, and all of them got, yo, this young core is going to be such and such. Yo, Kevin Knox, Frank Ntilikina. Yo, this young core, bro. Yeah, Jerry and Grant, Clee Anthony Early, Porzingis. Yo, this young core. And today, we are having a conversation about a young core. And the reason why we are having this conversation about a young core is because we are not having a conversation about the Larry O'Brien trophy. If we were having a conversation, if the Larry O'Brien trophy was in arm's reach, right, we would not be talking about young core. We'd be talking about what finishing piece we need to add so that that'll take us over the top, and we would sacrifice that young core to get that young piece.
Can I ask a question, Henson? I'm gonna talk to you about your optimism or your sarcasm or whatever. So you believe that the Knicks should blow it up? What exactly are we blowing up?
Well, you're blowing it up to fish for blue chip players. The Knicks don't have any blue chip players.
No, I got you, but
you have to blow this up that bad. They've never actually really rebuilt. Like Freezy keeps saying, they keep playing with it and playing with it and playing with it. Pause. They're not serious about it. And the one thing that people don't believe in New York is that you cannot rebuild. But you have to rebuild. You cannot rebuild this in the middle like they're doing. This is the worst place to be. And as you can see, the smoke is high now because you did something that you should have did last year.
Right.
So let me ask you a question. Would you trade RJ?
It all depends on for who.
The offer.
It all depends on for who.
No, for like a blue chip player, for a blue chip guy, for that dude.
Yes, I would.
Yes. Okay, I would.
Yeah. And when I mean blue chip, he got to be a top 5 player in the league.
Yeah. At the time?
Yeah, because you ain't winning no championships unless you got one of them dudes.
All right, but hold on. But are you talking about an established top 5 player in the league? Because if you go get that player, I don't consider that rebuilding. That's not rebuilding if you got
That's
that
not
dude.
rebuilding, but what I'm fishing for is top 5.
But you asked him if he would trade RJ. You didn't say rebuild.
Yeah.
No,
you
in the
said,
beginning,
would you trade RJ?
Right. And that was the secondary question that I had.
Yeah.
So he mentioned rebuild.
I'm
and then
I'm trading RJ for a top 5 blue chip player that can give me a championship.
I respect that. Yeah, I got you. I'm with you.
Because it doesn't make sense for me to trade him for number 15. I need him to be number 5.
I got you. It's just that when you said that you wanted to blow it up and the team hasn't rebuilt the right way, you know what I'm saying? That's what kind of threw me off. But I understand where you're coming from with it. I have no problem. You know, I got you. I'm with you.
I want championships. I don't want to win. I don't want to win games. I don't want to win games.
I'm with you on that.
Right. And to be honest with you, I don't even care about winning the lottery, bro. And I'm talking about in the NBA lottery, right? I mean, the real life lottery.
I was about to say,
but my point is this: if we were listen, if say for instance, if we were the Phoenix Suns and we lost in the NBA Finals to the eventual NBA champs, would we be having a conversation about the young core?
No, obviously not, because the young core did that thing to get us there.
Right. We would hope so, right? And so what I'm saying is we need to we have like a lot of different conversations going on at once, and it seems as if it's just one conversation and it's not, right? Like when Uncle Fulio asked Mr. Hinton if he would blow it up, I'm with him because I think the search for a blue chipper should never stop, right? And I use the example of the LA Lakers when they had Eddie Jones, Nick Van Exel, Anthony Peeler, Corey Blunt, Antonio Harvey, and all them guys. They had a young core, right? The very next draft, they drafted a dude. They traded Vlade Divac for the right to draft Kobe Bryant. And then they looked at Kobe and they looked at that young core, and it was like, no, these kids, we overvalued them. They ain't going nowhere. This dude over here is the future because they found a blue chip.
Hold on, Freezy, but Kobe wasn't a top 5 player when he first came out the draft.
I didn't say that.
No, but that's what Hinton said. He said he
but
wants
Jerry West.
5.
But let me say this: Jerry West said it was the best workout he ever saw.
Right.
And I trust Jerry.
Okay, so he trusted the potential in Kobe Bryant. I got you. I'm with you.
Right. And so Uncle Fulio, here's the thing. And this is the reason why I spoke to Sam's point about Miles McBride. Like kids need to get more minutes. You have to see. Nah, Jerry West says the best workout he ever saw. Right on the spot, he knew Kobe Bryant was a blue chipper on the spot. And so did the rest of NBA fans, right? On the spot. They were like, well, his shot's not going in, but sooner or later, this dude's going to be. But then when you look at Miles McBride, you don't see that.
Right.
When you look at Quentin Grimes, you don't see that. That's the point. That's the distinction I'm making. If those kids need to develop into average NBA players, let them develop into average NBA players. And have that be that conversation separately. Don't include them in a conversation about all-stars and all this stuff because they're not in that conversation, and we muddy the waters with all these different things because Quentin Grimes is never, ever going to be Kobe Bryant.
No, of course not.
And you see that from the first time you saw him, right? So let's not act like Quentin Grimes is going to be the savior of this franchise. Will he be a piece of maybe helping this team be good? Maybe. Right? But would I put Grimes in the package to go get Anthony Edwards?
No, but
Come
Freezy,
on.
no, listen, I'm with you. Listen, I'm with you. I'm with you on you and Henson 100% on this. But I keep going back to RJ because RJ is supposed to be the closest person or the most tradable asset that the Knicks have. So if that guy is out there, best believe they're gonna want to ask for RJ. So I'm gonna ask you, Freezy, and I think I already did. You already answered this, so I'm not gonna ask you again. But RJ Barrett, are you willing to trade RJ Barrett? Because people were giving me all the flack for wanting to trade RJ for a player like Ben Simmons.
I would package
potential.
RJ Barrett and Julius Randle together to get Donovan Mitchell.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
but I wouldn't do it.
Yes.
I wouldn't do it.
Okay.
You know why? Because there's a reason why you acquired this talent and you got all these damn picks. Use the damn picks and that talent to get the player you want to bring in here to go alongside with RJ first.
But what's stopping that
Before I do
process,
that.
though? People are acting like the Knicks don't have the ability to do that. I think they do have the ability to do that. We just haven't seen it happen yet. But I think they have the ability to do that.
Uncle Fulio, to Ron's point, he said keep RJ and use your first round picks to build around him. And they did. They drafted Quentin Grimes. How's that working out?
You going for 20? We talking about the top picks in the lottery.
My problem is, and my issue is, I think they're going to do it for Dame Lillard.
Oh God, dog it.
I hope not. I hope not. But no, I don't know. See, but that's the thing. I don't agree with that, Freezy. They didn't build around RJ Barrett. Right. They turned RJ Barrett into a fourth option on this team this year. Remember, Randall, Fournier, Kemba, RJ. That's how it stacked up going into opening night. So I don't think they built around RJ. They built around Julius.
Who was the second best player on the team last year, Ron? Who was the second best player on the team last year?
Yeah, who was the fourth option this year, Sam?
Right, exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
RJ's not the fourth option right now.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, he's not now because
he's not now.
Your Honor, always rises to the top.
But Your Honor, the state mentioned that take the draft picks to draft around the guy, and then he mentioned free agents. So objection. It's not sustained? Okay, all right.
But those are two different points.
And remember this. RJ was very tradable till January, so he wasn't in regression this year.
I'm sorry, Sam. I was trying to hear what Sam was trying to say. What your point was, Sam? I didn't hear you.
Oh no, I was actually agreeing with you. I'm just saying, like, I was just adding on to it. I was actually agreeing with you, Ron.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Like, we can't look. We already know. And mind you, we know RJ is a slow starter. The words have come out of his mouth himself. He starts off slow, but this was by far, since he's been in the league and he's already improved, this was his worst start of a NBA season after already achieving some success last year that you would expect from RJ. And that is because, and that's the same thing that I'm not comparing. I'm just saying things are different, guys. Because you talk about Quentin Grimes, how he is not the next coming. I don't think he is either. But I think Quentin Grimes can be a better player. You look at Allen Houston in his first year in the league, he scored 8.5 points per game in 20 minutes. Klay Thompson scored 12 points per game in 24 minutes as a rookie. Quentin Grimes is playing a little over 17 minutes and averaging 6.5, and he's not an offensive option. If they move the ball and he's opening the corner, they'll give it to him. He'll shoot. But he's not a focal point of the offense. I'm saying those guys were focal points of their offense because the teams were bad at the time. The Knicks are in a different situation. And it's the same reason why they made RJ a fourth option when he should have been the number 2 option on this team.
There we go.
I've been saying that all year.
Objection, Your Honor. The Pistons were in the lottery and they had already had Grant Hill when Allen Houston was drafted. Let me bring in Jay Boogie.
And they had
Let's get it. Y'all be spitting with your flows, I'm just podcasting. That's right. On the air every day, I'm just podcasting. What? You don't know what that mean when I say I'm podcasting. I'm broadcasting these flows with the podcasting. Every day of my life, I'm just podcasting. Right. Share my dreams with you, mean I'm podcasting. What? You can see my vision through the podcasting. Yeah. But don't forget Jay Boogie when I'm broadcasting. What? I'm podcasting, he's podcasting. What? I've been spitting this venom since Karate Flicks. When Mr. Sims was sharing nothing but the Knicks. I guess you know by now, I seen some tough years. Now I know the reason why Freezy got them blowing tears.
Sorry about cutting you off, boss. My bad.
Yo, what up? 3 o'clock. School is out. 3 o'clock. Everybody's home now.
School is in
Early
session.
afternoon. What's going on? I just come to sit in, man. Y'all guys is doing. I just come to ear hustle.
Yeah, I want to blast Ron.
Oh,
come on, man.
Hey, look, facts. This is facts. RJ was the number 2 shooter on the team since day one. He was the second most shots to Randall since day one, and it's continued right now since day one. He was never number 4. He always got his shots up. That's a myth. The stats prove it. Look in the statistics. He was always the number 2 shooter.
If you're talking about straight usage rates, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about how they used RJ in the offense. That you know where Cam Reddish lays his head right now on the roster when he plays on the court and they put him in the corner. That's where they had RJ to start the season.
Well, but that doesn't have anything to do with you being a 4th option. If they put you there, because Fournier wasn't moving no differently except with Randall. That was his little position. But at the end of the day, RJ got more shots. The end of the day, RJ got more shots.
If you want to say that all right, maybe I got to get a little bit more specific in when I'm talking about how they used RJ. I'm not saying they put RJ in the corner and said, RJ, you can't touch the ball. I'm saying they didn't make RJ's game a priority. They brought in
RJ did it himself with his aggressiveness. He did that himself.
Yes. That's fair, but RJ's only going to do so much when he comes into a new season and you've acquired Evan Fournier and Kemba Walker. No. That's what he did. He took a backseat. He said himself he wasn't being as aggressive.
He did that. Tibbs didn't do that. He did that. He's responsible for that. So you can't say they did. He did.
All right. I see what you're trying to get at. I see your point. What I'm trying to tell you is, even if you say RJ wasn't being as aggressive, look at how he was being used in the offense as opposed to how he's being used in the offense before he
changed that. His aggressiveness changed.
No. That's incorrect. See, I went back and forth with Josh for a while about this, a month or so ago. RJ was not getting the ball in the spots where he's getting the ball now, being able to see the whole floor and make aggressive decisions. Getting the ball in the corner and trying to push into the lane from there is not a good spot to work with. Not being able to bring the ball up the court because Randall was bringing the ball up the court or Kemba was. RJ wasn't given that job. Now he's been able to do that, and which makes me think that they were going to have a problem when RJ comes back healthy, because Randall has been starting to get that same love that he got last year, bringing the ball up. So now we're going to see how that works.
Didn't equal to winning. I don't think it'll be a problem because it didn't equal to winning.
If I may, I just want to speak some basketball. Anybody in here speak basketball talk, like nerdy coach basketball speak? I just want to interject just something real quick. So at the beginning of the season, Tibbs ran pin downs for RJ to get exit escape screens from the baseline, which look like if you're watching the game, when you watch the ball, you don't see the back action on the backside of the play. So when you saw RJ in a corner, RJ Barrett didn't just walk over to that corner and stay there. RJ Barrett would start at the elbow, come down, get a screen from a big, and get an escape screen to get to that corner. So that if the point guard penetrated on the pick and roll, the defender, RJ's defender, would be caught in jeopardy. Do I stay here and help protect the paint? Or do I sell out to get to RJ Barrett in the corner? Tibbs ran this because RJ Barrett shot 40% from 3 last season, right? As the season progressed.
He was bricking them all early this season.
Early, right. And so in order to get RJ Barrett going, Tibbs evolved some to get RJ Barrett the ball in his hands and give RJ Barrett carte blanche to take screens and run the offense from the wing.
So Tibbs made adjustments? Tibbs made adjustments?
I know. I know. People that don't understand on the court basketball doesn't understand that Tibbs made adjustments. What they say is when they see RJ in the corner, they think he just teleported there. Right.
Yeah, I saw some of those adjustments in the Brooklyn Net game in the fourth quarter. He was doing all kinds of stuff. It was crazy.
Yeah. So what I'm talking about is the RJ thing, though, the RJ evolution. Like you see, in order to get RJ going, he started getting RJ going to the basket, and what you noticed, even that RJ Barrett didn't start shooting free throws at a higher rate, at a higher clip than last year. He started getting more trips to the free throw line. And Tibbs is saying, this is how I'm going to get my shooter going. You know what I'm saying? Get him going to the basket, get him some easy points from the free throw line, and maybe the shot will come around, right? So the thing about RJ is, yes, he started out, the escape screens, exit screens, off ball when Fournier and Randall are doing something on one side. RJ does this thing on the back side of the floor to keep the defenses honest. But when you're watching the ball and you're not watching off ball, you don't get to see these actions. Like you don't get to see Mitch creep in the dunker spot, right? You don't get to see your point guard fake like he's driving, do the ghost drive in the paint to keep the big man from selling out up top to the to the pick and roll, to trap the pick and roll at the top of the key. So Tibbs made a lot of adjustments here. The only thing is when you don't have a high level facilitator, you don't get to see the lobs from the backside when they crash. Because in theory, say Kemba comes around the screen, RJ Barrett is in the corner from the escape screen or exit screen. He fakes the three and then cuts baseline. Kemba should be throwing the lob to RJ Barrett, but you don't see lobs to RJ Barrett, right? All you see is Kemba get to a certain point, but he gets there late. And now RJ is stuck in jeopardy. Do I go or do I back out to the corner? Because our point guard can't get to certain spots like he did when he was younger. And when RJ does it, Obi Toppin is not the threat from three that would get Obi the lob when RJ turns the corner. So Obi's man can sag off and take away the baseline cut and dare Obi Toppin to shoot the three because he can't shoot. So there are a lot of things that go into it. It's just not Tibbs can't make adjustments. A lot of this stuff is personnel stuff. And if we think about, or not even about, or if we think to the personnel that we have, RJ Barrett is not a superior athlete. So when Kemba Walker turns that corner, he can't throw RJ Barrett the lob there. If that was Anthony Edwards, and if Anthony Edwards played for us, he'd be averaging 27, 28 a game. Right?
Well, how about if you signed Kelly Oubre?
How about if you signed DeMar DeRozan?
Mm-hmm.
Or either.
No, he shoots a mid range. Dudes didn't want him. He got a
right.
mid-range.
There you go, Jay.
Another point in time when dudes, we always say something wrong with a ball player. We don't need him, but don't be realizing ain't nobody coming. We got to stop, going against what somebody's skill sets is strong at just because it don't fit what we like. Nah, DeRozan is up. He's up for almost MVP. He sure enough need to be first team. Especially if it started from the beginning of the season, but slightly just to go off and Ron, you know what I'm saying? I'm slightly with Ron because I remember speaking on the same thing at the beginning of the season with him being the fourth option, you know what I'm saying? Where's RJ? We always like, where's RJ? He not doing this, and the other guys ain't doing nothing, you know what I'm saying? RJ was the fourth option at the beginning of the season, man. But people seen it, realize it, how they want to adapt to it or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And we always wondering why he wasn't killing guys, because he had bums checking him. Bums was checking. He wasn't putting up no numbers. But then when Kimber and them started struggling, that's when we started making adjustments for RJ to get more touches, for RJ to get going and stuff. And then RJ didn't start getting played for and schemed for until after Julius, you know what I'm saying, went on that COVID. And he came back and he went on his momentum run. And people was like, yeah, RJ, we need to start paying more attention to him. But at the beginning of the season, man, it was all about Julius, Evan, Kimber. And RJ, you get the shape. That's what it was at the beginning. Go back and look at all the games. You can see it. Go back and look at it. That's what it was at the beginning.
That's what I was trying to say, Jay. But I don't doubt that Tibbs has made
Right.
Seasonal adjustments. He don't make a lot of end game adjustments, but seasonal adjustments, he's done stuff and things have changed. I agree with that. But in the beginning of the season, I didn't see RJ being one of the top options. And I was at opening night. I definitely didn't see it that night. But I was gonna Freezy jumped off, but I was gonna just say something real quick when I had brought up Quentin Grimes and Allen Houston, and he mentioned Allen Houston's rookie season and how Grant Hill was there. You know, in that rookie season, Allen Houston ball usage was 23.6. So he was a big part of the offense. Quentin Grimes' ball usage right now is 15.3. He's not a big part of the offense. He's giving you 6.5 points a game in 17 minutes. All I'm saying is it's not just about playing time. It's also how you use these players. On bad teams, these players have a lot of, if Quentin Grimes was on OKC, he'd probably be getting busy over there because they ain't got no, that's what it is. That's life. And we are a team that's stuck in the middle. We got maybe too many young players because we're a bad team. We got a lot of young guys. And then we got some mix of veterans and some older veterans. And so we're kind of stuck in the middle because none of these guys are like superstar players, so they can't ascend the way other teams do. And then you got these guys that are taking away plays and minutes from some of these young guys, and they can't really flourish in games because they don't get the opportunities. This all defers. Okay, you double team Julius. It's 3 seconds left on the clock. Now I got to pass it to you. Do something with it. We're in a lot of bad situations. That's all I'm saying. Some of these guys, maybe they're not ready. We don't know, but I know that the positions that they're in are not good for them. Even if the last thing I was going to say, even if Miles McBride came into the game, so we think he's supposed to be a point guard. What if Tibbs plays him and uses him at the shooting guard spot?
Well, then sometimes
he's playing people out of position. I don't know what he's going to do.
Hey, look, sometimes it's like this here, man. From what Tibbs showed everybody this year, and like me, I don't really have no problem with this team because I already called what this team is that when people put their emotions on what's going on the floor, you're going to be upset the whole season. When you just look at these players, they're nothing more than mediocre at best. The vets are mediocre, but I commend them for one thing. This is no matter what anybody says on any platform, when you really look into the depths of what's going on, the answers are right there on the floor, but people are putting their emotions before their eyes. It's going on right there before you on the floor. You got mediocre players that's going to be at best, they'll be a 500 team. That's at best. And at the worst, they're going to be less than 500. And those are the vets. But you have to commend the vets for one reason. If you have 9 young players on your team, that's the direction that the team is going in. Whether it's slow, whether the process is slow or it's fast. Most Knicks fans get caught up in the fast part of it, but realizing that this is a rebuild. Those vets are taking the bullets. This is like war. These vets is like storming Normandy, that beach. They're getting hit. They're getting killed every night that they go out there because they're not that good, but they're serving a purpose. They're serving the Randalls, the Fourniers. They all are serving a purpose for these pups to get ready. So most of y'all out there got kids. You ever get ready to go to work and your little kids say, "Daddy, I want to come. Let me come." Those are our young pups are doing right now. They want to come, but they're being protected. They're being protected by the organization right now. They might take a year or it might be next year that they really get on the floor, but everybody is willing to push them out there. So the whole New York metropolitan area, you put those kids out there too early, they will turn on them. But if Randall and them takes enough shots that when you do put that young core out there, they're going to love them regardless because they just know what they just seen. It's not about these losses. It's not about these wins. The Knicks salary cap is $119 million. That's one of the lowest in the league, but we expect championship ball. Everybody that's winning is paying. They're paying for their wins. We right now are one of the lowest in the league, but we accept championship ball. We'll be lucky if we get competitive. Damn near not contending to anything. So let them take their shots. Let this process go out the rest of this year, and then you'll see. He gave you 1-1. He gave you one playoff year, and he gave you one down season. And now we just want to crush the whole front office for everything now. But let the process play out, because this is still a rebuild. You got 9 young players and 6 vets. That tells you right there. And this front office picked all of these rookies. So they got a plan for them. Even if it is to go get a Donovan Mitchell or trade them out there, that's what they're there for. All of them are not going to make the cut.
Yep.
But the few of them will. And in 10 years down the line, when the Knicks are playing championship ball, you can bring back the Randalls in them and say, thanks for taking those bullets, so these boys can grow. It's not about throwing them out there, y'all. Y'all going to destroy them. The garden is going to destroy them. Let them hate this team right here. Let them hate them. So when you put those young boys on there, you're going to root for them like hell. Win, lose, or draw. That's all I got to say.
Well, I just want to say one quick thing, Rob. I see where you're going, and you're making some good points about it. But them young boys are going to play, and they're going to ball, but it won't be for the Knicks. It's going to be for another team.
I'll agree with you.
I'll agree with you to this.
I will agree. Some will be sacrificed.
I'm going to agree with you to this point. I think this is the Knicks situation is right before they get. Yeah, I think. But somebody, this is the Knicks situation right when they had Bernard King, but they still had to get Patrick Ewing, and that's the place they're in still. They're still like that was a young team, like they weren't good enough, But Bernard King was just there to get the points, get the people in there. That's what Randall is. But you still got to get that Patrick Ewing. You still have to get that Patrick Ewing.
No doubt. All of these rookies, these young players are not going to make it.
And you have to be bad enough to get that Patrick Ewing, though.
Right, there you go.
Look at here.
You can't play this middle ground. Who was the Detroit Pistons Patrick Ewing when they took it? When they had Chauncey Billups in them. All of them that on that team was all around the league. Who was the blue chipper on that team?
That's the outlier.
Yeah, that's the outlier. That don't count.
You can call it that, but look, it still happened. And they stayed competitive. They stayed competitive playing championship ball, Eastern Conference Finals for 4 years.
And also, just to say this, we can't say that every team that's competing is paying, because we see in each conference, so you can't say it's the East thing. Both conferences, there are 2 top 5 teams who are not having any max players on those teams, in Memphis and Cleveland.
Hold on,
Cleveland. Time out. You're wrong.
But no time out, because all those teams that we're talking about, those are all in-house kids that are
right.
winning with.
They
just happen to be paying with them.
That's what I was leading
into. Cleveland salary cap right now is $10 million over the Knicks right now.
Hinton, that's what I was leading into, is that they developed who they had in-house, and they
still carrying contracts.
Yeah, and you're not. What about the teams
still there?
But what about the teams like Detroit and Oklahoma City, who are also very young, who are not doing as well, that are different in that process? So those 2 are the outlier, if you want to look at it that way.
Most definitely.
All I know is we don't have a winning product out there, and because of that, you're going to get a lot of upset fans that want to see other players out there that might give us a different chance. And if we're going to see, that's the thing. I keep saying some of these young players I think would give us a chance to win certain games on certain nights. It's about how you mix and match. I know that they may not be ready to be out there every night and definitely not starting, but in certain instances, some of these guys you go to, certain times when Fournier's out there playing 30-something minutes and he ain't got it and he's shooting 1 for 13, you got Cam on the bench that could be playing those minutes. I'm just saying you use what talent you got, right? And then outside of that, at this point now, we are struggling. We're losing bad games. We're about to be out of contention. We're not mathematically out of it yet.
Ron, you know why the Knicks are losing games? The Knicks are losing games because they're soft. I can bet you without even looking that the Knicks are the less flagrant foul. They don't got nobody to slap you in the nose or push you on the floor. You don't got nobody to nobody's face.
That's not play that basketball no more.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying to the point, like, they don't have a Crowder. They don't have a Smart. Somebody that's going to talk.
Crowder got horsed by Alfred Payton when he was here.
Right.
Come on, man.
You say what?
Crowder is no enforcer.
No.
You said what?
Crowder is not an enforcer.
Yeah, he ain't no enforcer.
Man,
Uncle Peyton gave him that smoke, man. I ain't trying to hear that.
Look, Crowder will slap you down.
Well, look, Ron,
and take the foul.
Rob, he's from Villa Rica, Georgia. He is not an enforcer.
Hey, look at him, man. I don't care where he's from.
But I'm from Georgia, so I'm telling you he's not.
Hey, look at here. Hey, look, Georgia. Hey, look, I know killers in Georgia.
Okay.
All right, then. So what are you saying?
He's talking about. Hold on. No, it's basically we need. Oh, okay. Hold on.
That's what I'm saying. Look, the Knicks plays defense by textbook. They don't get up in nobody. They don't.
He's talking about somebody that can go out there and eat fouls. Someone like that.
Yeah,
like,
they don't have they don't care. They don't have nobody. Look, just for instance, y'all remember that play against Oklahoma when Fournier stole the ball and Grimes laid it up? You remember that play, right?
Yeah.
You know what happened the very next play? Dude went straight to the basket and got a layup. Not even a foul, and nobody is pushing. Nobody, look, the Knicks are not fouling. They're not playing aggressive New York Knicks basketball. They playing like girls, man.
Yeah, but the NBA is so different, Rob. Nobody's doing that really.
Last year they played
Miami's doing
in this.
I was gonna say Miami might be doing.
That's the one team, Julio. That's the one team you can say.
Look, last year the New York Knicks played harder than this. They was more physical than this. The Knicks are not physical at all. Watch them. You don't see nobody who got hit in the nose by mistake on the opposite team holding the towel with a bloody nose. You got rookie. You know why Cam killed them? You know why Cam killed them the other day? Because he played for 3 quarters like he was in college, and then he came to the realization they're not physical at all, and took it to him.
He was shooting jumpers.
And we gave no resistance.
He was shooting jumpers.
He was shooting jumpers. He's not.
But look, he got a couple of layups too.
You're
but a lot of that was jumpers and all the way jumpers.
Look, in the 16 points, look, he got at least 3. He went to the basket 3 times and he scored twice. He hit some jumpers, yeah, he did do that. But y'all talking about. So what y'all saying is that this team is not soft.
No, I agree. The team is soft.
No, they're soft.
I just think they're just not good enough, and that's just what I'm saying.
And they're not good enough.
Right.
And they're not good enough. But they soft. If they wasn't playing this soft, they can at least have gotten 4 more victories. Team's not coming back on 28 if you're playing kind of physical.
Okay, we all agree that the team is like kind of soft, right? But
of course. And it cost them a couple of victories.
My thing is how do you, even that the team is constructed, how do you blow 3 25-point leads in 1 month?
Because you soft.
That's what I want to know. I don't think that all has to deal with being
number one. They don't have a closer, so they don't even have a go-to guy that can actually close out games. Then 2, they don't trust each other in those critical situations to even pass the ball to each other when you watch the game. So they're going to fall apart eventually because they don't have shot creators, and Tibbs won't even call a play for them to even get a shot because he calls terrible plays and he's the worst at inbound passes. So it doesn't even make a difference. So
look, if you're still playing hard in the game and you up by 25 and you shoot somebody a hard elbow, a slap across the shoulder or something, you'll start forcing these guys into giving up early.
And if you do that,
but if you're still playing that light defense, they're gonna start gaining momentum.
And Hinton, if you do that now, what happens? You get
flagrant 1, flagrant 2, maybe get thrown out the game. Then that play is lost.
All right, look at here. They lost
Chris Paul got ejected for hurting himself the other day.
Look at here. They lost anyway.
But think about it, Rob. You just said we are not a good team, so we can't afford for a guy to.
And on top of that, they soft.
We can't.
And on top of that, they soft.
Right. So we can't allow a guy to do that, and then we down one more guy. That makes us even worse.
Man, look, guess what?
That's how you go about it. I don't think he's talking about like a flagrant.
I'm not just talking about just.
That's how you go about it. Someone that can go out and eat fouls, be physical. You're not coming into the paint. Something like that. Nothing malicious. No Grayson Allen. Nothing like that.
Court.
Yeah.
Protect your home court.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Rob. But it's tough to do that in today's NBA because the way the refs are calling the basketball games, especially how the Knicks have been getting called.
Who cares if Noel's fouls out? Who cares if Noel's fouls out? Raise your hand.
Prison ball.
It won't be Noel though. It'll be Julius.
It ain't gonna be him.
No, that's why you make him do it.
Yeah, you're right. I agree with you. But I just, I don't see who's going to do it and how they're going to get away with it where it doesn't.
Hey,
It's
look,
going to be
you're
the
not
wrong
trying to
guy
get
getting
away.
thrown out.
Hey, guess what? Everybody gonna chip in and pay your fine.
That's
You
my
ain't trying
point,
to
Ron.
get away
That's
with
my
it.
point,
You're
Ron.
trying
It's
to
gonna
set
be
a
the wrong
presence.
guy.
You're trying to set a presence. Let Jericho Sims do it. Let him be the body man.
We don't need for Jericho Sims to play prison ball. We need it to be somebody else. It doesn't need to be
Man, look, anybody. I said Bones. You said no.
Bones.
I mean, you know what?
Yeah, no else.
Rob,
no.
that'll help us defensively. We'll get a little bit more intimidation. People think twice about just coming willy-nilly into the lane, but that ain't gonna help us when it comes to us trying to close out games
Hey,
and
no.
the right ball,
You said
the right
this.
person to get the ball to.
Hey, look, they be done thought about that in the fourth quarter and not going to the rack because it was already established in the third.
Yeah, but let me tell you, the Nets in that net game, we got beat. It wasn't a lot of going to the rack. Cam was shooting from outside. Curry was shooting from outside. We was just getting beat. They was just killing us.
Hey, look, so you couldn't like, okay, yeah, and just instead of just doing that, you following your man around. Yo, stop acting like you always gotta make the block and you're not there. Come across the shoulder sometime. You don't gotta make it look flagrant.
But guess what?
Damn, they be showing the next shot.
To the refs, it is flagrant now, so it don't matter.
I don't think Rob is saying that we play prison ball. I don't think he's saying it like that. We just need someone to go out and eat fouls, like someone that his only purpose on the floor or his main reason why he's out there is to rile a team up, like a Pat Beverly. You don't even have to be a Patrick Beverly, someone like that can get you going based on some of the stuff that he does on the floor. Like, no one's talking about getting technicals and Rasheed Wallace arguing with the refs and getting kicked out. But you need a guy like that on your roster.
Find somebody like for real.
Rob, the only reason I was saying no to Noel is because he weighs less than the refs. That's the only reason.
I don't care. Hey, look at here, man. The quicker he broke up, the better off we are. So look, get him out there. You're not gonna do nothing else. Limp out there, man. Get somebody, and then come sit down beside the coach. That's all. Come sit down beside the coach and chill. But do something.
I don't think we got one NBA player on our team that's a leader, and he don't lay down on us. He don't even ride. He don't even fuss the team out. You seen him the other day in game against Brooklyn, just rubbing his face, and that's Taj. Taj is a enforcer. He been through wars and all that.
Yeah.
Taj don't even fight. So you know what I'm saying? Everybody on this team, nobody know what their roles is. They don't know what they doing, know nothing. You know what I'm saying? At all, period. They just going to the gym and asking who got next. Can I get some run? That's all they asking, man. We ain't even got.
If not, they go home. You're right.
We ain't got a basketball team.
I agree with you. And Rob, I agree with you too. I would love to see us play a little bit more physical brand of basketball, but this NBA itself is very soft.
They played
Miami
physical
gets away with
last
it because
year
it comes down
within
from
the
Pat
rules.
Riley. It don't stop over there in Miami. It never stopped. So they deal with it out there.
But see, you know what that is? Because you got guys like Jimmy at the tip-off that go up to the referee. Hey, yo, ref, how you calling this game tonight? You gonna let us play? You gonna let us give it at one another? You gonna call it soft? How you gonna call it? They know how the referee's gonna call the game. We don't have nobody go talk and ask them how the ref's gonna call. They gonna call it tight. They gonna, you know what I'm saying, call it soft or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Once you find out what the referee's game is, then you can play according to what they say. And when they tell you something differently or make a call differently from what they said, then you can question them. Yo, you remember when you told me at the beginning again, you're gonna let us play. You're calling soft fouls. What's going on? You know what I'm saying? You gotta be able to communicate with the refs, man. We don't have no communication on this team, no nothing, man. Nobody understands basketball, no nothing, man. You know what I'm saying? That's why I want a leader on this team. A leader is what we need. We need Julius to be the number 2. I don't want to get rid of Julius. Everybody say get rid of Julius. I don't want to get rid of Julius because can you imagine Julius Randle if he was receiving the ball from somebody else getting double teamed? Whereas he ain't got to make thinking plays or think how to do this, break that, make this pass, make this play. You know what I'm saying? I like to see Julius as a second and RJ as a third. But until then, you know what I'm saying, we're going to continue on struggling. And that's why I keep pointing everything at the office. Some say, nah, I say the office. Because you don't go get a power forward off top when you got a power forward. I don't care what his season was like his first year. You gave up on a guard. That's showing me right then and you don't know what you're doing. And then your first availability on money, you know what I'm saying? We can say what we want about Steve Mills, but when he walked in here, Steve Mills had that cap space wide open for him. That man crashed his first year of spending that money. Then you crashed again by not making trades to go get Lonzo because you don't want to give up picks. You know what I'm saying? You got to sometimes give up something, you know what I'm saying? Even if it's going to put you ahead, give up some extra, you know what I'm saying? Instead of taking a loss. Now Lonzo's over there in Chicago. Look what they was doing, you know what I'm saying? They say when Halliburton was free, they didn't want to include Halliburton in no trade with RJ unless it was RJ. Okay, you want RJ? You're gonna give me a first round pick with it? They don't never ask these type questions. They just say no. You gotta shake dice with them. Okay, you want RJ? You gotta give me some extra. They just shut it down. Come on, man.
How you know that though, Boog?
Huh?
That they didn't ask for him. How you know that they said no? How you look? Nobody know because nobody say nothing.
Man, they already asked for RJ in that trade. It was already out there.
That was the rumor out there.
In that
they
trade.
asked for RJ.
Well, what? So what? You want to give up RJ for that?
What? For
Halliburton
and a first round pick?
Yeah,
round pick with their record, he would have been gone. Gone.
I don't think they was giving up no first round pick.
Did you ask them? That's what I'm saying. You got to play.
Well, we don't know.
But what I'm saying is, did you ask him? It's not a point. Did he ask him or he didn't ask? Did you try to get more for him? Did you try to make it look like you was in favor for it? You know what I'm saying? Like the Nets did with Philly. They got the most favorite out of that.
Okay. That's
what I'm saying.
But Indiana haven't won a game with Halliburton yet.
It don't make a difference. They win a game right now. You talking about us in the future. You don't see that 6-6 tandem.
Hey, look at here. This is what I see. This is what I see for us next year.
You see that 6-6 tandem in the backcourt.
I see them trading Randall for Brogdon.
No. That's not my question. You said Indiana hasn't lost a game, but you talking about us in the future. Do you see the Indiana Pacers backcourt for the next 10 years? 6-6-6-6.
What? Hill is not 6'6".
Who?
Buddy
I'm
Hill is not
Dwart,
6'6".
the rookie.
Halliburton is, but not Hill.
I'm talking about the other rookie.
Who?
What's his name?
Duarte.
That's gonna be their backcourt, not Hyde.
Duarte. Okay.
Yeah.
But look. Okay, but on face value, we don't know what's going on down the line. Shit, I don't think Duarte is better than Grimes from what I'm seeing. I don't see him better than Grimes.
That man can put the ball on the floor, can beat you off the floor, can shoot the mid, can get to the basket left, right, and can shoot the tray.
Look, he probably his offensive, but his all-around game is not better. He can't play no D like Grimes.
Well, just saying, yeah, Rob was right until last night. Indiana won last night. Halliburton had 21 and 14. But yeah, you're right, Rob.
Okay, all right. Oh, they played last night.
I just think everyone is so focused on what the Knicks are doing right now and trying to get something right now instead of thinking about what we can do in the future. And I think we're constantly shutting down that optimism. Like we're shutting it down, saying the Knicks won't ever do that. Like they still can. Like the offseason is there. You got next season. This process does not. Looking at it right now, because the Knicks aren't winning, we're making that judgment. But down the road,
they're going to take Indiana's guard. Watch. They're going to take Brogdon. They're going to trade Randall for Brogdon over the summer. Watch. The money match and the age match. They done traded Sabonis. We're the only team in the NBA that need a point guard.
I can see it happening. I don't like it, but I can see it. I like Brogdon. I don't like these players that get hurt a lot. I don't know. I worry about that.
Yeah, that's a bad.
They're gonna have to throw in something else, though. We'll get something else. But look, the doors is wide open for the Knicks. Even though, like right now, look, they surprised us last year. We got to get over that. This team is what it is. We still got our money. We still got our picks, and it's going to be better moves to make over the summer.
What money we got?
Huh?
What money do we got?
Look, we only spent 119 million. We can
What
go over.
money do we have? We was over the cap this year. What money do we have?
Okay, we was only over the cap 2 million, but we not over the hard cap.
That's over the
The
cap.
hard
What
cap is
money do we
143.
have though?
Huh?
What money do we have? Who
Right
wants
now,
these guys?
we got Joakim Noah's money. What's that? 6.5. We got that going into there. We got a trade. We got tradable contracts after this first year. We
What
can trade
tradable contracts?
we can cut. We can even cut. It's players options next year. I mean, after this season,
Yo, I get what you're saying, Rob, but let me tell you. When a team don't want your players for a playoff run, they're not coming to get your players to start a season.
We don't have to trade them. We can cut them.
But cut who?
We can what? Who got the 2-year deal? Burks got the the Tree got a 2-year deal.
Burks got a 3-year deal.
Okay,
Evans got a 4-year deal.
No, Evans got a 3-year deal. Burks got a 2.
He got 3 years. What's the difference from a team?
He got a 2.
Before?
A 2 means you play 1 and then you can get cut. It's a team.
Burks got a 3-year deal with a 2 years with a 1-team 3rd-year option.
Well, the Tree, Noel's got a 2. He most definitely got a 2.
Kimba's
That's
got a
10
2.
million right there. And then you got the 6.5 from Noel. I mean from Joakim Noah. You got 16 million right there. You got the $2 million that you got from the Lakers for participating in that trade. That's
how much money we got? How much money we got? How much money we got?
18 million.
Okay, we got 18 million. Who is that going to get? Knowing you got to pay RJ, knowing you got to figure out
you
what
don't got to do pay RJ yet.
What
RJ
you mean?
Year.
Listen, man. If RJ don't say pay me some money at the end of this year,
no,
something
he's
wrong
not.
with his
His
agent.
contract is not up. It's next year.
RJ is up for money at the end of the season.
No, he's not. It's next year.
No. What you guys are both right in your own way. RJ is supposed to he's eligible for the rookie extension.
That's right.
But they could do what Phoenix did to Ayton, which I don't advise that. Phoenix decided not to pay.
Look,
Ayton.
they can negotiate his contract all the way up until the end of next year.
Yeah.
The Knicks can negotiate his contract, and it won't even hit the books until 2024.
If they don't give RJ his money on his extension, you can look for him to leave.
Hey, they going look.
You not hold up, Rob. You don't pay that boy Bridges in Phoenix 90-something million, and he been in here two years. You don't pay him, and RJ don't get no money, dude.
No,
you don't do that.
But
and then with
you
RJ,
acting like you rip up the contract. His money won't start until 2024 anyway, whether you sign him over the summer or not.
But see, I'm already under contract. I'm under that contract. I'm already guaranteed for something. Dudes is trying to make sure they're straight. He already got injured. I'm telling you, right now, RJ is looking to get extension right now. If it's 2 years, that's cool. Because 3 years from now, he can back up again. Dudes ain't trying to wait all these years
what you
until they
fail
run
to
out.
realize is this here. This is what you fail to realize. Like Randall got his money this year, right? But he's not spending that money until next year because he's still under his own contract. So is RJ. RJ won't touch his new contract money.
He got a guaranteed contract already. He got a contract. He got his money. So whether
he doesn't. No.
If Julius Randle gets hurt next year, when he go into that after that, he's going to get some of that money.
Yeah, but it doesn't count against the cap right now.
I see what you're saying, Rob. I see what Jay Boogie's saying too. But to Rob's point, he's saying even if you give RJ the extension, if we got 18 million to play with, if it shakes out like that, we still gonna have 18 million because RJ's money ain't gonna affect that 18. It'll be the next year.
Exactly.
I wouldn't even sign RJ until because that's free agency is coming up. So you could go over the cap for RJ. So I would wait on signing RJ for real. If you don't like it too bad, you can't go nowhere. I got your bird rights anyway. Where you going?
Now, Mitch is something that you have to deal with this summer.
Mitch is out of here. But
okay, even if he's out of here, but that's even a sign and trade. Because if he gonna want that 5th year, we the only ones who can give it to him. So wherever he goes, we gonna benefit from that.
I'm with that. I mean, listen, this is your opportunity. I don't know if they can make it work, but if you want to go get Zion, that in the offseason, that's the chance. Because Mitch might want to go to New Orleans, that's his hometown and all that stuff. That's what they said he's interested in, possibly. You know,
somebody
Mitch
mentioned
with someone else to get Zion.
Somebody mentioned something interesting. Somebody mentioned something interesting. They said, your boy Robinson going to Phoenix for Ayton on a sign and trade both ways. The Knicks give up a first round pick and then max out Ayton. What y'all think about that?
I'd do it because Ayton's a better big for the Knicks situation. I don't know why he doesn't work in Phoenix really, but he works great for the Knicks.
No, Phoenix don't want to pay the max money. That's all it is. But they can get a cheaper. They can get a cheaper, and I'm sure Paul can work with Robinson.
Paul can work with anybody. You're right about that.
And then we get us your center for the next 15 years, right? You got a direction. Hey, look, that's what they was talking about. Like nobody like with a name, but they was talking about. I think I heard it on Sports Vibes. They threw that up there.
Yeah, but why would
so
Phoenix, my question is, why would Phoenix do that when your core?
Because they don't want to max. They don't want to give Ayton the $200 million.
Well, hey, but if you want to be competitive and still win, you got to pay that man because your core is him, Booker, and Mikal Bridges and Johnson. Like Chris Paul is going to be gone in 2 years.
Yeah, but they figure as though that they
that's
can.
Bad business.
Oh look, hey, look, it's bad business all over the NBA. It's bad business, but I'm saying it will work for Phoenix. That would work because they would.
I didn't mean to cut you off, Rob. I was just going to say to Hinton's point, it may not matter because Phoenix may win it all this year.
Yeah,
and then what
I'm keeping that together though. Like that's a cheap owner, but because
he been cheap. He been known to be cheap. He been known to be cheap, but
you
I'm
don't
just
break
saying,
the Suns up when you competitive. You were just in the finals.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying. Now look. What y'all, because look, if Mitch jump out there, somebody gonna pay Mitch 70, 80.
Easy.
He gonna get 70, 80 easy.
I'm not paying Mitch that much. He wouldn't give me.
Oh no.
I mean, for Hinton, for a guy like Mitch, compared to what other guys are getting around the league, that seems fair. Because I think Mitch is gonna ask for 100.
Mitch don't be healthy enough though. He don't be healthy enough to be asking for that type of money. I mean, he can ask for it, but
actually, you know what? He's shown a lot of heart this year, bro. I'm surprised how fast he's been coming back from these little injuries that he's been getting because he's been playing hurt. I'm surprised.
That's because he knows he need to get paid.
But it's crazy when you out there covering up everybody else's mistakes and holding on to your own man. You covering the three. Guards are getting beat, and you got an offensive rebound. And Mitch does a lot.
As important as he is, he still hasn't done enough in critical situations because he's not healthy. Like I still need to see what you're going to do in the playoffs. Like, and we missed you last year in the playoffs.
And I told these guys, was it I don't know last week or whatever? Said I looked at Rudy Gobert's contract. Rudy Gobert got $203 million.
Now
you think Mitch ain't gonna try to get 100? He's definitely gonna try to get 100.
But the only difference is Gobert plays a different type of defense, though. He can without you, he's a defensive player of the year. It's two different defenses.
Yeah, but I'm saying, figuratively, he's getting an extra $100 million over what they say Mitch might ask for, and that Utah felt he deserved it. But that's a lot of money. That's big money.
I'm always famous for saying you get paid market price. So if you ask for it and you get it, that's what the market says you worth.
Okay, so that goes for Mitch too.
I'm not complaining about it. I'm just saying for me, after 15 to get a little too rich for my blood, just because Mitch don't be healthy enough.
Man, look, Mitch, look, last year, Mitch, what? This Mitch, third year, fourth year?
Yeah, fourth year.
Fourth year, okay. He didn't play. He played off and on. It wasn't due to injury in his first year. I would say last year was the real year Mitch got hurt, and he played all this year. But it was magnified so much last year because the Knicks was doing so well. Mitch wasn't hurt like that in year two.
I had to look at that. But
yeah, man, just
in critical situations, though, he's been hurt when they've needed him the most.
oh yeah, last year playoff critical situation, he a broken foot. Somebody step on your foot and break it. It wasn't like he did it on his own.
Yeah, that's true. But you still been hurt.
Hey, the best of them. Look what Charlotte is playing on Haywood. He been hurt since Boston. He got 100.
And how's that working out for them?
30 a year.
How's that
and
working
haven't
out for
played no time. Players out there getting it like that. You seen your man, what's his name? But the one who played down in Charlotte, he with the Clippers right now. Stayed hurt all through Charlotte. He was with San Antonio first.
You talking about Nicholas Batum?
Been hurt his whole career.
But he was never hurt. He wasn't hurt in Charlotte though. He just wasn't playing no games. He didn't want to be there.
Mm-hmm. Oh well, they kept that on the quiet. Now you can't do that in New York without the media emasculating you.
It's the same thing that's going to happen with Ben Simmons when he show up in
Brooklyn. And the problem.
Now, I think Ben wanted to be there.
No, I don't know if he was hurt the whole time. Right. I don't know if Mitch was hurt the whole time.
He said he played his last game in Philly last year. But Doc shouldn't have did what he did.
Go ahead, Ron. Finish your point.
I was just gonna say, in Mitch's rookie year, he only played 19 games out of 66. Now I don't know if he was hurt a lot that whole time, or they was just bringing him along slowly because I really honestly, I can't remember. But
it was more of a slow grind.
Yeah, year 2, it was 61 games that he was on the court for, but I mean he only played 7 games. Then last year, obviously we know what happened. He only he wasn't out there because he was hurt. This year he's actually.
But you talking about the COVID year?
We didn't. 53. It's not bad.
In the COVID year, we only got in what? We've got 30, 38 games in.
Yeah, because it was shortened, but he played most of those games though.
Yeah. Yeah, we got
see, that's a sample size that's not fair because it got cut short because he'd have been hurt.
But in fairness, what we can say is maybe Mitch is better now. Like his body has held up better and he's able to stay on the court more because in the last year and a half he's been out there playing pretty much most of the games. So if you want to take a shot, now's the time, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting where he go. I have a feeling he might wind up in Charlotte, and that's not going to be nice for us.
Who, Mitch?
Yep.
Does Charlotte have money?
I look for Mitch to be in Detroit. They got a lot of money.
They really want
Hayward is off the books.
They might buck up.
They got money. Hayward coming off the books.
I don't care where he goes. I just hope that they create. If he stays here, okay. If he doesn't want to stay here, I hope they create the relationship where Mitch will do them a solid and work out a sign and trade. It'll be more money for him in the long run, and the Knicks can benefit
business.
from it.
If he got any agent that's right, that's business. Why you won't take the 5th year? That's on the other team. You ain't gonna be. I don't think Mitch is stupid. You talking about an extra 20 million that you's guaranteed? Why would you do that? Why would you not?
Right. Well, that's smart.
Well, I say wherever Mitch goes, make sure you get a point guard out of the situation.
Mm-hmm. Same thing. What I'm hoping for us, man. Man, we need a floor general. Bad.
Well, if what Rob says is true, and we wind up with around that mark, that 18 million, sounds like there's only one guy we can get who actually would want to be here, according to inside stories, and that's Brunson. I mean, I don't know. Would you be happy with Brunson coming here in that situation?
Oh, I'm fine with it. He'll be with his godfather. I'm good.
Jay Boogie?
Yeah.
I just know Brunson gonna make us pay, man. He know we need him.
He will make us pay.
Brunson he's okay, but he's just like, for me, not my caliber guy, but I'd be okay if he came. I need somebody that can get up and down the court, help us get, in transition, get us easier baskets. We slow, man. We slow. We don't get no fast break points, no nothing. And then, people get mad at Julius pushing the rock. Somebody got to push it. Somebody. If Julius, you got to get to your spots. Nobody run the floor with Julius. And then we ask, what is he doing? We just, man, I just need somebody that's long on the defensive end, can play
Get Brogdon
both ways, defense and offense, can push that rock, can break a player down. You can break down what's in front of him. I ain't talking about coming off a high pick and all that, you know what I'm saying? You in my face move and bust you. Do whatever you want. Man, I just don't see Brunson that type, you know what I'm saying? But I'd be happy that they at least made a move to get a guard. Now let me see what else they can do. You know what I'm saying? That's what I would be at. But
get Brogdon. The money match. Get him. And then you can take that 18 million and do something else with it.
Brogdon looked good when he was a free agent. They didn't go after pursue him. But Brogdon needs to be around players that are already ready. Brogdon really not going to make other people better. He's not. You know what I'm saying? He just have to be around people that's ready to go so they don't cheat on him. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know. I don't know. If we get Brogdon, we're going to have to, I guess that's going to have something.
You going to look at Sexton?
Huh?
You going to look at Sexton?
I could have asked what they wanted this year if I wanted to let him sit out.
Yeah, but you don't want to do that after he tore his ACL.
I mean, ACL don't mean you can't come back and be productive. There's plenty of
No, it doesn't. But would you put your money right then and there without a test?
No. What I'm saying, if I would have traded for him, I would have had to put him to a 1-year test. Yo, I'm gonna give you this 1-year thing to give you a chance.
He ain't taking no ones. He ain't gonna take no one.
Hey, then he can go.
Does Tibbs survive? There's a super chat question here for $1.99. Thank you. Does Tibbs survive the season?
Yeah, he survives the season. Unless they come out unless they come off the All-Star break and lose 4 in a row, then it's done.
It'd be a disgrace if Tibbs is here the rest of the season.
Let me say this. I'll say this about Tibbs. What's the point of firing them when the schedule is not hard? When the schedule is too hard, they're not gonna win any games anyway.
Right.
I think they want to look at Johnny Bryant, bro.
That's the only reason.
But my question is, what would that benefit be? Because he's gonna lose games too. It ain't fair. You know.
I know, but you know what? But you can say that the roster was poorly constructed. Johnny Bryant didn't have a hand in putting this roster together. He's inheriting what Tibbs has out there on the floor and his principles. So you can that's the scapegoat. You could use that.
Which is why I'm going after Fat Boy. Fat Boy has screwed this up from day one. He screwed it up the draft. He screwed up the season. He screwed up the free agents. Fat Boy screwed this whole thing up. And that's where the smoke needs to go.
Right. And he probably somewhere sleeping right now.
Right. And Uncle Freezy, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to say another reason why I could see Tibbs getting fired is because, like, as a person in the front office, Worldwide West, you ain't trying to put this type of smoke out there. They're doing this for a reason, man. They setting stuff up, man. Don't be surprised if you hear some more stuff come out in the next week or two. Like, I don't like it. I don't like what they're doing, but I can see it.
What you heard so far?
The thing about a front office that say they won't talk, and this is me like thinking about how dudes move, right? If you a dude that say you don't talk, and then you leak stuff to somebody to say what it is that you want to say, to me, I have less respect for you. I would rather for you to stand up like a G in front of everybody and say, this is what we want to do. Man, don't just hide behind all this stuff, man, and then come out and then be like, yo, such and such said the rumor is, yo, I got it from a source and such. Nah, man, ain't that the stuff we've been disliking forever anyway?
Not you.
What do you mean, not me? I just said it.
Nah, before they started talking, you was wanting a press conference in front of the stadium. You was wanting to hear something. You was mad because they wasn't talking. Now you hearing
You don't
leaks, and
understand.
now
So
you mad at that too.
No, so you don't understand the question. So you don't understand the question. The question is not my preference. The question is, if you say you a certain type person, be that. Don't say you're a certain type entity and then do something different. That's dishonest.
So what they say? What something came out that I don't know about? What they say?
Rob.
Yeah, they leaking. They leaking bad.
According to Ian Begley, reports say that Knicks executive VP William Wesley, Worldwide West, has told team owner Jim Dolan that head coach Tom Thibodeau has played a major part in the Knicks' declining performances.
Right. He covering his butt.
And you know what?
That's
That's exactly why James Dolan is sniffing around, because he's like, yo, tell me why my basketball team look like this and why I should not fire you today.
Right.
You and Fat Boy, y'all told me something and y'all not playing up to the standard that y'all told me. Now we got a problem.
Right.
He's around. He's sniffing.
Right. You right, bro. And for William Wesley to make a move like this, it ain't me. It ain't my fault. It's the coach. Come on, bro. That is very I want to say unmanly, but I already disrespect the front office.
But that's what we think, Freezy.
How do we even know this? How does somebody even get to know what he told James Dolan?
Right. Exactly.
In a secret meeting, yeah. Unless Worldwide West leaked it, bro. I'm just saying, because Dolan ain't gonna leak. Why would Dolan leak it? Dolan is the man. He don't have to leak nothing to nobody. He could just come out and say it, and we all have to accept it. So
he told his uncle Larry, and Larry leaked it.
Oh well, that's how it worked, bro.
You know, that's his uncle that owned the Cleveland Indians.
Yeah.
He got up. They said he got up as soon as Cam hit that shot and left. He came for this. He came for Leon and he came for West. He ain't come for Tibbs.
Yeah.
Well, and don't forget, guys. I mean, I'm just, as a businessman, I'm looking at it like, if I put my trust in an agent who's never ran a front office before, and now things are starting to kind of not be what I expect them to be, I'm gonna start questioning everybody from the top down. So he obviously, Dolan might be getting in the mix, and he's starting to go through everybody and see, yo, what's going on, what you think's happening. And this is why this stuff is starting. There's a reason why he brought in Girth. I'm still thinking that's a Dolan move. They're bringing that Gerson Rosas dude. Like, yo, what's going on with my team? You came after Tibbs. How bad was it after Tibbs?
Why? Because of the sexual harassment stuff?
Well, for me, I think
easy, Uncle Freezy.
I think it's but see, I think the hiring is an exit plan for Leon Rose. That's how I'm looking at it.
Yeah,
it could be too. Listen, Leon is also biting off something. He's never been in this position before. We don't know.
Yeah,
we
but
don't know anything about this.
But Leon's plan, from what he said, is in place. We going through the draft. We gonna look through free agency, and we gonna get younger. His plan is in place. They got 9 young players.
Oh,
I don't see the smoke coming after him.
I forgot one more thing, Rob.
But it should be.
Let's not forget the other thing. There's been a lot of going back and forth that we keep hearing lately between who the Knicks want to acquire or trying to trade for people. There's been a lot of dissension where they keep saying, Leon wanted this guy, Scott Perry wanted this guy. We've heard this multiple times, so they don't seem like they're on the same page.
I never heard Perry and Leon. I always heard somebody with Tibbs in the front office. I never heard Perry.
Yeah, apparently, and even what was it, the trade for Cam? I think it was the trade for Cam. I think Grimes was supposed to be in that trade initially.
And he said, and Leon,
I don't know
said
who
no.
asked for it though. I don't know if it was Perry who wanted Grimes in it or if it was Leon.
No, it was neither one. It was Atlanta. Atlanta wanted him.
Right. And someone was considering it, and then the other person said no. They absolutely didn't want to put Grimes in it.
Leon's, I know about that. Leon said no to that. He said no. He's not giving them up.
Would you consider this line of thinking? Just consider this line of thinking. And again, chat, when we say stuff, it's just being stuff added to the conversation, right? Don't go chat. I hate Uncle Freezy tattooed on your heart. I know y'all want to, right? All right. Would y'all consider this? Do y'all think there is a scenario where James Dolan cleans house, right? Keeps Johnny Bryant and keeps Scott Perry, and Scott Perry is the man going forward, team president, and Johnny Bryant is the head coach. Do y'all consider that being a scenario?
I'm sorry. I heard the last part. I didn't hear the first part, Freezy. I apologize. What was that again?
Do you think there is a world where James Dolan cleans house, fires everybody, a la Rosas, all them dudes, keeps Scott Perry as the team president, and keeps Johnny Bryant as the head coach?
Yes, because I think Steve Mills is still in his ear. I could definitely see that happening.
Right.
No, I don't think so. I think that if anything, I can see Bryant being the coach, but I think that Leon is secure.
Really?
Yeah, I honestly do, because from what he said 2 years ago, he's done. Up until this year, right here, with this foolishness going on with the Knicks and the players and the Fournier, all the Fournier did was a bad move. So a front office, I don't think has to be 100% right all the time. It was a bad move. We're gonna wait till the summer to correct it. I think you give him that.
Hey, Rob,
that's me personally.
Right. I'm gonna say this about a front office, right? And I know this is gonna sound weird, right? This is gonna sound weird, but just bear with my line of thinking. I think a front office only has to be right about 30% of the time, right? Because all you have to do is be right once to select a Michael Jordan, right? Right? All you have to do is be right once to draft a Scottie Pippen, right? But all the Scott Burrells and all the other guys that came along with that filled around, like I'll give you an example with the Boston Celtics, right? Nobody remembers Orion Green. You remember Orion Green? You remember Orion Green and Gerald Green and Tony Allen?
Yes.
And what's big boy that they traded to Minnesota? Al Jefferson, Kendrick Perkins. Y'all remember all those dudes?
Yeah.
The piece out of that bunch. The piece out of that bunch was Paul Pierce.
Right.
You didn't have to be right. You don't have to be right 80% of the time. No. Who remembers Orion Green?
I don't. I don't know who that is.
Right. But he was a draft pick by the Celtics. And it's the same thing with the Lakers. The Lakers had Kobe, right? But who remembers Antonio Harvey and Anthony Pilla, Corey Blunt, Eldon Campbell? Nobody remembers none of them dudes. Right?
I remember them, but they weren't
there.
Yeah,
I remember all those guys. Though.
But that's because y'all basketball nerds, man. Yeah. No disrespect. No
disrespect. But now,
you know what I'm saying?
Freezy, you named some pretty good players with longevity.
Right, but they were not Kobe Bryant, and they were not Paul Pierce.
But Kobe Bryant and Paul Pierce also played with somebody.
But Rob, I also said 30% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't say 5% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me?
Wait,
yeah.
Just a quick question, Freeze. I don't mean to make you lose your point or anything, but what's the big difference between a Paul Pierce and Julius Randle? I think I know the answer. I just want to hear what you think the answer is.
The difference between Paul Pierce and Julius Randle. I think Paul Pierce had a clutch gene that is rare. Right?
Yeah.
When your team is down by 2 with 50 seconds left to go in the game, everybody in the arena know you going to Paul Pierce at the elbow.
Right.
And no matter who your best defender is, they are not going to stop Paul Pierce from getting that shot. Now, does Paul Pierce knock down that shot all the time? Nah. But he will create that shot and get a good look at that shot. And Paul Pierce is Paul Pierce is, in my opinion, Paul Pierce is a top 10 player all time in playing with other players and letting other players shine and still getting his. Right?
Yeah.
And I know that sounds weird. Like, what is that? Top 10 all time and playing with guys? Yeah. Paul Pierce was the type of player where he could play with other dudes and still fit in, have an impact, and not dominate the ball, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? Because Paul Pierce wasn't an excellent rebounder. He wasn't a great defender, right? But he did all the stuff like in the fringes. Paul Pierce is a winning player. How about that?
Yeah, no, everything you said I agree with. I just wanted to know like how you felt. I mean, I think it's obvious for a lot of players that watched him play. I just wanted to put that out there. Like, I think that's a big difference between Julius and Paul Pierce, because outside of that, Julius has a really good game and does a lot, but Paul Pierce has that clutch gene, and you're right. He knows how to get his no matter who else is on the court.
Right. And Paul Pierce wasn't a great defender. He wasn't a great rebounder. He wasn't a lot of stuff. He wasn't a great athlete, right? But if you notice, the dude contributed to winning a lot, and not just in Boston either, because there was some Wizards years. There was some Clippers years too. And so Derek, thank you for the generous contribution. He says, Hinton, what's your opinion of Cam and his talents?
He's a high level talent player, but he doesn't use it. He's got a low motor like Knox. Like yours, he seems to always. You have to keep him engaged, or you lose him.
Right.
Hey, Freezy, you jumped on out earlier this week. You talking about the draft with Trey Man, how the Knicks should have got him and everything. Don't you know? Before that Knick game, he was shooting 39% from the field, 29% from three-pointer, and average 1 assist a game.
So what?
So what made him so special that we needed him?
Who's your point guard right now?
1 assist a game.
Who's your point guard right now?
Who's our point guard right now?
Yeah.
Whoever he is, he more than 1 assist a game.
No, you named a specific player to me.
Yeah, because you named the player this week, and you were saying in the draft versus Quentin Grimes that, oh, we could have had him. This is who we should have got. And this is what his stat line is of what we should have got.
Can I make a point about rookies? And I stopped doing this in the last couple of years. You know what I stopped doing? I stopped looking at their numbers. The only thing I judge a rookie on right now is, can he play?
Right.
Because in the league, he's just trying to find himself to see if he can play.
Right.
So numbers for a rookie really should not count. The only thing that should count is he learning how to play basketball, and the information that you give him, does he apply it to the game?
Right.
That's it. I don't
care. Can he translate coaching to results on the floor?
Yeah, I don't care about his numbers. Can he play?
And that's a good point to have. That's a good point. But I would have never brought him up if he wasn't brought up in that content of what he was this week.
Right.
I don't see no, as far as I'm concerned, Grimes is having a better season than him. And Cam. Yes, he is. No. Yes, he is, Freezy. No. Statistically and everything, he's having a way better season.
Right.
A way better season.
That's what Knicks fans say, right?
No,
but
look,
take
their stats. Look at their stats.
Look at their depth chart. Look at the point guard depth chart.
Hey, look at their stats, and I watched them play. That's what I was saying when you made that comment. I was at work. I couldn't get to you. But I said the next time that I see you, I was going to bring that up. It's right. You said
if the Knicks had a Donovan Mitchell, would Quentin Grimes be playing that same position?
No way.
Of course not. All right. So Trey Mann has Josh Giddey and SGA in front of him, right? And you saying that his numbers, I think those numbers are productive for the amount of time the dude play.
Hey, look at here. I know he's averaging right at 12 to 15 minutes.
Right. And those are recent minutes.
Obi got more assists, average more assists than him.
Okay.
I ended with that. And he's the point guard.
So play Obi Toppin as your point guard.
No, I'm saying, so you can't say, no, what I'm saying is this here. You can't say with the minutes he got, because this is what we do at Knicks fans also. We overvalue our own. We overvalue our own, and then we overvalue everybody else's players too.
Agreed. I agree with you. on that. Good point.
That is a good point. Yeah, because they look so good against us.
Yeah, the whole league is overvalued. Like, just say the whole league is overvalued because they overvalue their players as much as we overvalue ours. We all saying the same thing.
Right, and so what I'm saying to Rob though about Trey Mann is this: the Knicks had a position of need, and they addressed it late. I'm not saying that they didn't address it because they drafted, they traded. They took the pick of Jeremiah Robinson Earl, who also is OKC, ironically, traded those rights to pick at 34 and 36. and they drafted Miles McBride and Rokas Jokovitis. So they draft point guard, but for now and in the future, right? But Trey Mann is there. But Trey Mann is there at 18. You telling me you can't trade up one spot? That means your
they
man
still wouldn't have played him, Freezy.
You don't know that, bro.
This is Tibbs.
Bro, okay,
This
okay.
is Tibbs. I'm
Wait
only
a
going
minute.
by what I see in Tibbs.
Okay, so you didn't see Tibbs play quickly last year?
Because you know why he played quickly? Because he wasn't going to play Frank.
Nah.
Basically.
That ain't true, man, because your front office is there for a reason. They could have brought in another veteran to play in front of Quickly, and they didn't.
They didn't.
Because Quickly showed them something in training camp. Quickly showed them that he was a dog. So why go out on an open market and bring in a DJ Augustine or a Jeff Teague when you can just let Quickly do it? That was a calculated risk, and it paid off.
He didn't play the point though, Freezy. He was they let him play like what Rose made him. Rose made the league see let Quickly see the light because it was the play of him, the combo with him and Rose. That's what got him playing time.
So I think it's unfair that you're not giving Emmanuel Quickly credit for bursting into the lineup and making Tibbs play him.
Freezy, you just said earlier this week that the Knicks broke him.
That's this year. You were talking to last year.
But it's all the same player.
But they did break him. They broke him by continuing to play him out of position. I mean, I know he was once a point guard. I just don't feel like he's a point guard now. I don't like that style of play from him.
Right, and I agree with you, but we are talking about when Quickly was a rookie. Right, we said if Tibbs got Trey Mann, he wouldn't play a rookie. Well, he played Quickly last year as a rookie because Quickly burst onto the scene. Quickly wasn't going to be denied. You couldn't sit Quickly, right? That's what I'm saying about the other rookies. These dudes don't grab Thibodeau by the throat and make him play them like Quickly did.
We're the only team. We're the only team in the league. The only team. Tibbs is the only coach in the league that would take a lottery pick and don't play him. That's Tibbs for you.
But what is that? But okay, wait a minute. So what does that have to do with Trey Mann? Because I'm following the Trey Mann.
Right.
Because I'm saying this. I'll see because the first time we played Oklahoma City, Trey Mann wasn't nothing to even talk about. But then he had one good game against the Knicks, and then you down every rookie we got for this guy. And this guy only averaging 1 assist a game, shooting 39% from the field and 29 from 3. So the overall picture, I feel as though you didn't have you didn't really have no credence to even say that, to even bring up Trey Mann just because he had a good game against us. Everybody has good games against us.
Well, so for one, you got to follow the conversation. So first of all, I was a Trey Mann fan starting before the draft started. When we started tracking the draft process about this time last year, I became a Trey Mann fan once I started researching the players and where the Knicks would likely be picking at. Trey Mann and Trey Murphy III. Those were the two guys that I felt like would have solved the Knicks' problems in the short term and long term, right? So to say it sounds like I just picked a random name out of the air is not fair to me or the conversation that we had been having leading up to this point. I was a Trey Mann fan.
Yeah, I know that.
Right.
But in the contents of how you brought him up in the Knicks game, I knew you liked him last year.
Right.
But I'm just saying, when you just took one game that the man had and you try to validate the reason why you liked them against us. And then you downgraded our players at the same time.
Right. So for one, I downgrade our players just as a side.
The players downgrade themselves.
Right. I think this roster is trash. I think we have the 27th best roster in the NBA.
And Trey Mann had 29 against Portland. So.
Yeah.
And I see where Rob's going, but I also see Freezy's point. I don't agree that I'm not going to say the roster's trash, Freezy. It's not put together well. the pieces are out. It's a bad mix of pieces. Right?
The roster is disjointed.
Yeah, disjointed. I agree with that 100%. But I'll tell you one thing. We got a situation where Grimes is never going to really flourish here because Fournier's here. You get Fournier out of here, Grimes becomes that guy. If we didn't have Grimes and we had Desmond Bane would be playing the Grimes role, and he'd be in the corner. The ball would be moving. He'd get his shots the way Grimes does. In Memphis, he gets used differently. I'm just saying it's not just about playing time. It's also about and I don't even want to say usage rate. It's about how our offense is predicated, how we run our offenses. Other teams have better offenses than us, and they run their players differently. Our offense is not that great. We set up our offense to get a lot of open outside looks for guys. The other stuff I think we don't do enough of. We don't do enough of pick and rolls and we also don't have the greatest point guards running these plays.
Right. I was going to ask you that, Ron. What does Memphis have that the Knicks don't have?
Yeah. Yes. I know.
Not just Memphis.
Ja Morant.
29 other teams in the NBA.
I'm saying
they got Ja Morant. We got they got number 2. We got number 3.
Yeah. And unfortunately, there's levels to this too, because there's a clear number 1, a clear number 2, and then when you got to number 3, there was like, yeah, he's number 3, but I could see a scenario where you know what I mean. There's no scenario where you trade Zion Williamson. Period.
And there's also
there's no scenario where you trade Ja Morant. Right.
Which is why the last workout they had was with Garland the day of the draft. You know, because they weren't 100% on RJ.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. The Trey Man thing is not. See, the front office is stupid. Well, you know what?
That's how it came off.
Yes, it is. It is that. See, the front office is stupid. Yeah, that it's right. Because you can't. Because look, you telling me you got 1,000 second-round picks, right, and future first. You can't trade up one spot to address a position of need. You can't even try.
But you valued him, Freezy. Maybe the front office didn't.
And that's why we're 25 and 34.
Well, we would have been with him too.
Well, maybe. Okay.
It wasn't like he was a blue chipper, as you say.
Right.
You know, he wasn't a blue chipper, so they come and go.
You guys got to get instead of they thinking of. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you could see it clear day. You know what I'm saying? In a ball player, I can look at a ball player and see if he got it or if he can get it.
How long you need to see it? How long you need to see that, J Boogie?
It take me about 7 minutes.
Right.
That's it. You know when he walk in the gym.
Right.
You'll do some run. You know it. Right. So I don't have too many times, me personally, as a Knick person, to watch Leon keep missing opportunities. You know, he's missing several opportunities. You didn't trade up to go get nothing in the draft. Then we miss Bones too.
Yeah.
Another rumor. Too much like quickly. What, when, where, and how. You know, it's just too many opportunities that we use excuses not to get guys that's going to be better for us. Stop missing, and then stop making an excuse why you missed, man. Please, man.
Right. And I also think I don't know if was it Freezy who said, I think it was Freezy who said it earlier. Like, I also think that there's some in-house politics with the Knicks too. There's certain things that, you know, maybe Tibbs is doing it. I don't know whoever's doing it, but I feel this way that and I said this earlier, that they protecting certain aspects of the team because of other things. I feel like I feel like Deuce do be cooking in the practice sometimes. And Tibbs is like, nah, I can't play this young boy. One, he don't know everything about the game yet, but if I put him in here, it's going to cause a problem. I got Kemba, I got this guy, I got to play these dudes. So if I put McBride out there, it's going to look different. The fans are going to want more from these guys, from these young guys in and push them out. Because I just think that that's an issue. The other thing is, I wanted to say this a long time ago. I feel like they were protecting Obi. That's why we never got to see Luka Samanic. If they would have brought up Lucas Samanic, they would have thrown Obi in the trash because he would have been the same size as Obi, and he would have been cooking out there on the court.
But no, you don't know that.
But
Ron.
unfortunately, he got hurt. He got hurt like months ago.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How's everybody doing?
What's going on? Hey, look. Hey, Ron. He had the greatest coach in the world. He had Popovich. Popovich didn't trade him. Popovich cut him.
Popovich.
Popovich cut him.
Right.
So to put him on that pedestal right there, I don't see where the leverage is at.
No, and I'm not saying he's a player that's good enough to stick around for us. What I'm telling you is the stuff that you haven't seen from Obi, what you complain about when he gets the minutes. Sometimes you don't see him get into the lane. You don't see him do certain things.
But that's a 5-year player.
Do you know that
Chris Carter got cut by Buddy Ryan, bro?
Let me tell you something.
5-year player.
Did you see that stat? I don't know if you saw it. It's a stat about players who have taken 93s in the NBA this year. It's like 275 players or something like that. Obi is 275th in as far as makes. That's how bad.
That right there is so out of whack. And let me tell you why. Let me tell you why that's so out of whack. Because when you look at, and I haven't even looked at that list yet, but when you look at some of the, I would say you said 275 out of 290.
Like 274, 275.
Okay, I'll say this. From the 290 to about 250, I'll bet you about 45 of them get way more minutes than Obi.
That could be true. That could be true.
And I haven't even looked at the list.
I'm not going to fault you. If you're going to say that, you're going to say that.
You saying what?
No, what'd you say,
How many
Keyshawn?
players are in the league in total?
400 and some change, right?
I don't know. I don't know how many it is.
I think it's about 458, 438, somewhere around there. But then they added that 15, so it should be close to about maybe 460 at the most.
I'm just coming on, Rob. What is your argument? What are you trying to prove? Not prove, but what's your take?
Rob said we need to punch somebody in the face.
I thought you were talking to Ron.
No, I was talking to you, Rob. I was trying to get what you were saying. That was all.
No, I was debating Ron's question. He said that Obi was 200 out of 275 forwards, that Obi from the 3 points was 275 out of 290. And I said that was a misleading stat because without me even looking at the stat, I would say probably about 40 of them get more minutes than Obi. So if you're going to say he's that far down the list and you're playing 12 to 15 minutes a game and everybody else that's on that list is playing 20 to 30 minutes, and we're talking about on the 90 shot, Obi comes in just trying to get in. He's just started shooting. So he's going to do that. If he's open, he's going to shoot. Right. But he shot 40%. He shot 40% from 3 in college. So there's a shot there.
Yeah, well, it looks like he left it in college.
Man, the college line is shorter than the NBA 3-point line.
That's true too. That's true as well.
And I was going to say, I seen a New York Post article that said they was going to bring up Samanic, but he got injured like right beforehand, so they couldn't bring him up.
Right, and now he's
been out for like 2 months.
Weeks.
Yeah,
but
he should be
got
back
cut.
soon.
But Buddy Ryan won the Super Bowl. Freezy, to your point on that.
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
You said Buddy cut Chris Carter, right? But he never won the Super Bowl. So what does that matter? We talking about
that means a player that got cut became a Hall of Famer.
Oh, I thought it was a great coach. I was taking a great coach that cut a player.
No, you said the player got
cut by Pop.
Yeah.
And Pop is a great coach, so he didn't see nothing in you of value to even trade you. He cut you.
Well,
So
there's
that's saying
other
a lot.
situations going on. At the time, I'm pretty sure Kawhi, he got drafted when, like, was it 2018, 2019?
He was there 5 years.
Or earlier
This is
than
his
that.
5th year.
Yeah, at the time, weren't they trying to build a Kawhi? He was not playing.
No, I think what Kawhi was
He
already
wasn't
gone.
trying.
Kawhi been
5
in.
years ago?
No, this is his 5th year. 4 years ago, you put it like that. Kawhi was out of there, so he had his shot. Kawhi won in with the Raptors. This is what his 3rd year with the Clippers. That's 4 right there.
They had Kawhi. They signed LaMarcus Aldridge.
Rob, let me ask you this question. Rob, R-O-B. Rob.
So,
Hey, what's up, G-Money? How you doing? Why does Tibbs ride or die more with Quickly than he does with
we talking about Tibbs again, man.
Because
we got to talk about Tibbs some more, bro.
You know, because Tibbs is guard oriented. That's why. His whole style is guard oriented. He always has been.
Yeah, welcome to the Tibbs morning drive.
I made it short and sweet.
All right.
I made it short and sweet.
It's the same thing over and over again, man. It's the same thing. Last year we had the same conversation about Elfrid Payton couldn't shoot. Every show, Elfrid Payton can't shoot. Elfrid Payton can't shoot. Elfrid Payton can't shoot.
And you see what he has now. He on the bench.
Right. But the point is, if you can't speak to your point in a paragraph or two, or in one show, then you don't need to be speaking in public, bro. You know what I'm saying? If you can't formulate your opinion, if somebody give you the floor, if it take you 7 minutes to talk about Tibbs, see, this ain't about Tibbs no more. It's about you, the fan. You know what I'm saying? If you got every time you come on for 300 days, you got to talk about Tibbs. This ain't even about Tibbs no more, bro. this is about a fan losing his mind.
Personal issue.
Yeah. You need help.
It's about a man losing his mind.
Yeah.
About Tibbs. Let's say it's not Tibbs, okay? Whoever is running the Knick offense is not doing as good a job as somebody who's running other teams' offense with these young guys. They're getting better production out of these young guys and those offensive teams.
Right.
Okay. Whoever that is.
But Ron, okay,
yeah.
So let me.
A lot of those teams don't play ISO ball.
But the thing is, man, listen. It's not just about the dude on the sideline. The dudes on the floor are running plays.
True. The players have to execute.
Yeah.
Can I add something?
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me add this, Freezy. The worst thing that's going to happen to the Knicks is Derrick Rose coming back.
Yep.
Because you're going to get fooled. So
he might get hurt again.
No, it's not that.
They're going to start playing better under Derrick Rose, and we're probably going to get close to the play-in.
And the problem
is somewhere where we don't need to be.
See, that's the problem.
Wait. Let me finish. He's 33 years old.
Yes, I was about to say, why are we hoping?
You should have traded this guy and got an asset for him.
But yet you want Damian Lillard. He gonna be 33 years old.
I did not say that. I didn't say that.
Oh, you said we was gonna get him.
Yeah, I didn't say.
Oh, okay.
He's not coming to New York. That's not gonna happen. I doubt it.
No, that's not gonna happen.
I said I hope he doesn't.
He won't.
I just want to say this real quick.
Hold on, G-Money.
Yeah, just real quick. The thing that kills me about this team is that we're playing our veterans 40-plus minutes, and we're getting killed to guys that's been in the league for a year or two. Like, it doesn't make sense at all.
It's idiotic.
Josh Giddey, Malik Monk, all these young guys are killing us, and we're just keeping our veterans in all this time. It doesn't make sense. They're only killing their value at the end of the day.
And again, that's why it falls back to Tibbs.
To me, it's everyone's fault.
I'm not.
Everybody's fault.
The veterans got to play. Like, they got to perform.
What'd you say,
Get rid of Tibbs. Get rid of Derrick Rose.
It's Johnny Bryant's fault, man.
Hey, Cornerstone.
Yes, sir.
Put your number in the private chat.
Okay.
Freezy.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you this, and this is a question for everybody. If the Knicks said, coming out of this All-Star break, when we come back on the court, we're going to play all of our young players and see what we got with the young players and give them some time to grow in the NBA. How would you feel? Would you be okay with that?
To be honest with you, man, I don't know. Right?
It's not gonna
Because understand my stance on the young players. Understand my stance, not the general stance, but what I see as a Knicks fan for over 40 years of mess. Okay? I keep getting sold this bill of goods about just be patient and we'll get there. And we never get there.
True.
Right? You know what I'm saying? My Sherpa, my leader, right? Okay, just the Sherpas y'all giving me are dyslexic. So you give them the directions, they just can't read them right. So I'm always lost. Right? So when you tell me that Miles McBride is going to be good if he just gets more minutes, it's the same thing I heard about Charlie Ward, about Greg Anthony, right? About Tony Campbell's, you know what I'm saying? About LeVar Postel's, about Dante Jones's, about John Thomas's. I heard all this stuff before, and y'all keep telling me this and keep trying to force me to believe it, and I keep saying I'll believe it when I see it. And I'm not disparaging y'all from believing in y'all thing, but from y'all perspective, y'all view things a certain way, right? Because of y'all experiences, and I respect that. And I respect the fact that y'all are smart and know how to formulate points. But I'm saying I already went through this when Bill Cartwright was drafted, bro, when Mike Woodson was drafted, when Michael Ray Richardson was drafted. I already been through this stuff. You know what I'm saying? I already been through this stuff time and time and time again, and nothing has changed. There's nothing done differently.
But
there are no championships.
Yeah, Freezy, you didn't answer the question.
You got a 10-year run out of Patrick.
Hey, hold on.
99, that's it.
You said you've been through this when Michael Richardson was drafted.
Michael Ray Richardson. Yes, out of Montana.
Instead of Larry Bird?
Yeah, but he did that to himself. Richardson is the truth.
Yes, exactly, bro, exactly.
I just always knew you was older than me.
Yeah,
Michael Ray Richardson. I knew that.
And listen,
but we had one in Michael Ray Richardson. We had one.
Yeah. But here's the thing.
It's supposed to take Bird though.
And so here's the thing. My uncles, I was a shorty, right? I was a shorty. When we got Michael Ray instead of Larry Bird, cats was saying Larry Bird ain't nothing but another Bill Bradley.
How you figure that, Freezy? Bird was the number one.
OG, listen to me. I just said I was a shorty, and my uncles and them told me that Larry Bird wasn't going to be nothing but another Bill Bradley. I never said that was my point. I said
no. I'm saying that Bird went one. I don't think Michael Ray was even around for that pick. It was Magic Bird. Michael Ray went later on.
I thought Bird went in 78.
No, man, nah, that's not. It was Bird and Magic the same year. Because they played in the championship game. Michigan.
I thought Larry Bird sat out like a year or two.
No, Michigan beat them in the NCAA championship, and they both came to the league.
Yeah, Larry Bird was drafted 6th, and Michael Ray Richardson was drafted 4th.
See, so you should have took Bird.
Yep, and Klay Thompson, daddy, was pick number 1.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Thompson.
Yep.
Well, how about you should have just took the money from and just signed Dr. J? You should have just took the money from Philly and just let the Nets be over there and just take Dr. J.
And the irony is the Knicks didn't want to pay Dr. J because they had just signed Bob McAdoo. If y'all remember, OG, you remember Bob McAdoo?
Yes, McAdoo. That's my man's nephew.
And the Knicks had sued the Nets in court, and made the Nets pay them $5 million. So the Nets couldn't keep Dr. J because they had to pay the Knicks in a lawsuit. So instead of the Knicks just trading for Dr. J, the Knicks took the Nets to court and sued them over
TV rights and stuff like that. Like for
the rights to New York City is what the Knicks sued them for, and so so the Knicks sued the Nets twice. They sued them once for $2 million, which crippled their franchise, and then sued them again for $5 million. 2 years later, and that's why. And so G Money, and Keyshawn cats that don't know like the real beef between the Knicks and Nets is that when the Nets were on Long Island trying to establish themselves as a franchise, and the Knicks didn't want the Nets to take over the city with Dr. J because Dr. J was the biggest thing in professional basketball at the time. The Knicks took them to court and sued them twice. And listen, that's the reason why when y'all tell me all these things, like y'all be telling me all this stuff, I lived through all this stuff and I saw it. So when y'all telling me, I'm like, nah, man, you can't tell me that. Nah, that ain't what it is. Because I was there. I was there when Larry O'Brien tricked Kareem into going to the Lakers instead of going to the Knicks. I was alive. I was there.
Did the Knicks win both times, Freezy?
Huh?
Did they win the lawsuit both times?
Yeah, both times. They crippled their franchise, bro. That's why they couldn't build a new arena. They couldn't do anything because they were paying the Knicks out of pocket. They lost Dr. J.
T. Williams said, "Can we sue the Nets again?"
And so this time,
that's why they over here now giving it to us.
And that's how they got. But that's how they got into the NBA also.
Absolutely.
Because that's how they got into the NBA.
Exactly.
Also, they had to give up Dr. J.
What was you gonna say, Jay Boogie?
Shout out to Jay Boogie for going nuclear on Knicks Fan TV on Wednesday. That was I listened to the whole thing. That was sick, man. That was sick.
Speaking of nuclear, going cuckoo crazy, what do you think about Stephen A's rant on New York on Wednesday?
I don't watch ESPN.
I don't watch him. Yeah.
Man, he
don't
mean it. He just
said nothing.
He caught something to say.
Exactly.
He got something to say. He don't care like
That's
that.
all he does. That's what he get paid for.
You can't catch Stephen A's rant. Don't catch my rant.
Right.
Mine's all over the internet.
Right. And you know what this remind me of? And OG might remember this. You remember ABC used to have a dude named Howard Cosell?
Yes.
No, that everybody knows. This is how Monday Night Football.
Yeah, don't that remind you of Howard Cosell going off? This makes no sense.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's
that's what it
building.
is.
Yeah, it's about.
You don't think really meant what he said? You don't think Stephen A. meant?
He's not a fan like that.
I don't think Stephen A. is a real Knicks fan. I don't think he's a real.
He's a
anything
TV
anymore.
personality. He is not real.
Because I mean, if you look at it last year when we was balling out doing our thing, if you're a true diehard Knicks fan and you got money out the air, you're gonna be at some games besides if you're calling it.
Right.
You see
That's
what I'm saying?
right.
So when you ain't there, just as a city of New York, that lets me know you different about the team. You know what I'm saying? It's more about when you go on the air, you want to have something to say. You know what I'm saying? So, but guess what you do, Steve? Pay all them people them bets you was yelling out and all that crazy.
I remember that.
Stephen A. spent 20 years in Philly. He was a Philly beat writer. That's where he Dr. J all that. He fronts with the New York Knicks, man. He fronts, man. He ain't real.
He's a fake fan.
He ain't real.
Stephen A. is a
Freezy,
fake fan.
I want to ask you.
Like Stephen A.
I want to ask you a quick question, Freezy.
Yes,
when Michael Ray Richardson and the Larry Bird thing went down during that time, when you get a chance, let me know who was our small forward. Let me know who was our guard.
Off memory, I think our point guard was Jim Clemens. Just off memory, I might be wrong. Jim, he might not. We got Jim Clemens in the Clyde Frazier trade.
Okay,
that sounds about right.
Right, and we also had man, I can't remember. Man, them lineups they get fucked. It's like asking me about the years before Melo. All them players, man, they came and went.
But I want to take you to task because I didn't think anything was wrong with Greg Anthony or Charlie Ward. They were serviceable.
But Kev, Kev, what I'm saying is they were ham sandwiches. They just cheeseburgers.
Word. You can say that again.
They was
I,
just
I ain't
cheeseburgers,
gonna
bro.
lie to you.
You can say that again, please.
Charlie Wall was all right, but I honestly I had to go back and look at Greg Anthony's stats and how long he
Charlie
was
Ward
with the Knicks. He
was
wasn't
a
even
ham
here that
sandwich.
long. I
He
thought
was
Greg
just a
Anthony
ham
was
sandwich
like
and
a
a
real
juice.
big
That's
Knick player.
Well, he got once the Grizzlies and the Toronto Raptors had their drafts. The Grizzlies took Greg Anthony off of
In the
us.
expansion draft.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
the
I'm
expansion
sorry,
draft.
Hardwell. I didn't want to cut you off. My bad.
Nah, that's okay. I was saying Charlie Ward was just a ham sandwich with a juice, nothing more.
You know
And
what?
here's the thing, hey Ron. Here's the other thing too. The Grizzlies took Greg Anthony, and the Raptors took Doug Christie away from us.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Right, right.
Going back to that Larry Bird thing, it was Spencer Haywood, Bob McAdoo, and Butch Beard on the team. Those were the forwards.
Butch Beard.
Okay. Yeah.
But see, that's where you supposed to understand the rich getting richer. You still supposed to take Larry Bird.
You
That's
still
the
supposed to take
talent.
Larry Bird.
Now, see, I didn't know the reason because I couldn't remember if Bernard was there or not.
No, he
but
wasn't.
if it was a draft of need, then yeah, that was the best player to take. You know what I'm saying? So that's always been our problem. We don't draft what we need. You know what I'm saying? We always go draft something crazy. You know what I'm saying?
For the
Instead of
headline.
draft of need.
Right, but Jay Boogie, the buzz was that this kid might be better than Clyde Frazier. And listen, and at the time, when you looked at the measurables and what Michael Ray could do, the kid was bigger than Clyde, faster than Clyde, longer than Clyde, and some say he was a better outside shooter than Clyde. And a fact is he was lightning quick. He was way quicker than Clyde Frazier. Now, not to diminish Clyde, because Clyde was great, right? But it's like saying, can you upgrade from Chris Carter to Randy Moss, right? And so while Chris Carter is excellent, you're like, yo, I can get a touchdown on any play on the field, on any down, in any weather, with any quarterback. I'll take a chance on that. Now, is Randy Moss better than Chris Carter? That's up for debate. I don't even care. But what I'm saying is if you draw a comparison, Clyde Frazier, in my opinion, might be top 2 greatest Knick of all time and top 5 NBA point guard of all time, right? But when you look at Michael Ray Richardson, you're like, oh, this dude might be better. Fortune is shining on us, but it didn't work out like that. It did in a sense. But
Drugs got Michael Ray, man. Because Michael Ray was bad.
Right.
Freeze, where you putting Earl the Pearl? Where you putting him?
I don't consider. See, he didn't play point in New York, right? Okay. He played point guard for the Baltimore Bullets, right? And then we got him to play complimentary to Clyde and Dick Barnett and all them guys and Bill Bradley and those dudes. So our thing is we probably and Cap, this would be a history lesson for some. If we could have got Earl the Pearl to play within the offense immediately, you're talking about a Knicks team that may have 3 or 4 championships, right? Because in 68-69, the Celtics escaped the Knicks by the skin of their teeth because we were a young and up-and-coming team, right? And they had a whole bunch of grizzled vets that knew how to play. And so we took that lesson that we learned from Boston and won the NBA title in 69-70, right? But 70-71, we had some injuries or whatever. There's nothing you could do about injuries, right? 71-72, the Lakers just had, listen, man, we probably could have beat the Lakers, whatever. But 72-73, we had in my opinion, the greatest NBA team to ever play because everybody played for each other. We had a defensive center. We had a defensive point guard. We had a great 6-man. We had all the elements of what a team needs right now.
So we
had
were
that perfect storm.
So we were 71-73 and not 70 and 72.
That's not what I said.
No, well, that's what I'm asking. The 2 championships we won.
It's 69-70.
Okay.
It's 72-73. And in between those 2 seasons, so there was an injury season where no matter what happened, no team is going to overcome that many injuries, right? And then the next year, you ran into a buzzsaw, an all-time great team.
Oh. Well, yeah, I want to say shout out to Obi this week, man. At least we got something representing. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be in attendance. Rooting for not in attendance there at Cleveland, attendance on my TV. I can make that known.
I'm about to say,
Same here.
Watching it, rooting for Obi to bring it home, man.
Yeah, he got robbed last year.
Yeah.
You all know why he got robbed. If you didn't know why he got robbed, I'd tell you, because they had 4 and we had 4, and Dominique wasn't going to let a New York player in his building get more dunk titles than what Atlanta got. So Dominique pulled the plug.
Yeah.
I got news for you. I wish Kobe the best, but he ain't getting it this year.
No?
Yeah.
That man Jalen Green is a bad man.
Hey, yo, I bet you. I got to spin it on Obi, man. I got to spin it on Obi.
Okay, all right. Well, yeah. Anybody else got a bet? Because that's not me.
Well, there's Cole Anthony. There's the only other person that might win this other than Kobe is really Cole Anthony. That's it.
Crazy. You think Cole Anthony would have made a difference for us?
Hey, I got it fitted too.
Yeah.
I got Ron. That's a bet.
Nah, I'm good. I'm good.
You sure?
I'll bet you $50 it'll be sunny tomorrow. You want to go take those?
No,
odds?
I said a fitted cap.
Are y'all sold on Cole Anthony as a playmaker?
Oh yeah.
No.
No. Okay.
No, because he's got carte blanche to do what he wants on a losing lottery team. Right. Once you get good, defenses play you different. Right. When you it's like when you a baby. When you a baby, you know what I'm saying? Don't nobody hold you accountable for nothing when you a baby. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You walk around with juice stains all on your shirt. You know what I'm saying? Your shoes be on the wrong foot and all kind of stuff. But when you're a man, you can't walk around with your shoes on the wrong foot. You know what I'm saying? You can't walk around with juice stains on your shirt. You know what I'm saying? So nah, man. I think if Cole Anthony was on a playoff caliber team, you would see those numbers reined in a lot.
Okay.
Hey, Rob, see how you messed my bet up, Rob? I didn't want no fitted out the store. You ever seen Ron's closet full of fitted, man? I wanted one out of his closet, man. You messed my whole bet up.
Oh man, I thought you said 50.
I said a 50. A fitted.
Oh, my bad.
See, he got it wrong.
Oh, I could have.
You think Jalen Green has a chance to win a Jalen Green?
Yo, and just for the record,
he got
man.
bounced.
Yeah, oh yeah, he got hops, man. But listen, man, I can't rock none of y'all because if y'all anything over 7 3/8, bro, then I mean I don't have an alien head. I'm sorry.
It ain't gonna fit.
I got a small knocker, man. I'm a 7.5. So.
I'm saying that I just can't do the 8 3/8.
Well, you should have said snapback, man. Y'all don't worry.
Nah. No snaps, man. No snaps.
No snaps.
Snapbacks. Come on.
No snaps.
Snap.
By the way, Jay Boogie, that hat and hoodie is fire.
Yo, appreciate that, man. I appreciate our team going young. I'm hoping the Knicks do that. We went young. Yo, watch out. But I ain't gonna say too much. I see that Jet Theory over there in the corner with a Jet Theory they watching right now.
Oh, geez, they jealous. They
Bill, what's up, man?
What up, bro? How you doing? Shout out to everybody. My bad. My bad, y'all.
How you doing, Harvard?
Earlier, I came on here starting commotion, right? All the yelling started. I haven't been on in a while, so I got to start my junk, man.
I was just thinking that, Hardwell. I was like, damn, I haven't seen him in a minute, but he came in with fire.
Hey, Harwell, have you recovered from Wednesday night?
Man, it's like, I've been putting myself on cruise control because I'm a passionate person. So when you really see what's going on, you got to just watch it and see what's going on and be used to it. Like, I've been a Knicks fan since a kid. So it's like nothing really surprises me. I do see some things better than I have seen certain players. Or the problem is, which I was talking about earlier, is that you bring in players that you claim you believe in, and then you move them out for an older player that you think gonna bring you to the promised land.
Yeah, that's
so it's like it's a bunch of contradictions in the Knicks organization, and we gotta. And Free said it a while ago. You gotta pick which way you're going, and stick with it, because the fans are loyal.
Right.
And if it makes sense, they're gonna be right there, understand it instead of going crazy.
Right.
But they're giving people reason to go crazy when you don't address what you really doing. People say, "Oh, he shouldn't say nothing." Then he should say something, like, So it's damn if you do, damn if you don't. And I think they feel the same way as well. So I think when you're dealing with that type of situation, you got to just work without caring what people think or what people think.
But the one thing that Harwell, the one thing that Uncle Freeze has been on record is he wants to hear management talk. He hasn't heard them talk.
Yeah,
at all.
That's why I said it's like damn if
Not
you do,
often.
damn if you don't.
Yeah, not often, right? I don't need to hear from them once a month, right? What I need, like for instance, if you are a person of integrity, right? If you are a person of integrity, you say what it is that you have to say, and you stand by it, right? You don't say what it is that you have to say, and then I whisper to Cornerstone Kev, like, "Yo, Kev, man, you such and such and such," and then Kev tell G-Man. And then G-Man tell Chuck Allen in Deep Poetic.
Yeah.
And then they tell Ron, and before you know it, something else has got leaked out, and it's a totally different story. Nah, like for instance, I give you an example. I personally love being around Rob the Knick in person, as opposed to this right here. Because when me and Rob the Knick get together, we talk real stuff, and it don't be rushed, and he don't try to get me to be outside of what I am as a person. We just kicking it, right? Talk about some stuff that we love, right? You know what I'm saying? I enjoy that, right? But the thing is, when we get here and people see this thing, like, man, Uncle Freezer and Rob the Knick always be beefing. They always disagree about something, but they don't know the background of what's going on with me and Rob the Knick. Me and him done had these conversations face to face in the freezing cold. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And I be the same way all the time. He know that. Like legit, I say, pick a direction and go. Don't be dragging us along, selling us false dreams. I already been through this 1,000 times.
Right.
That's why when you ask me, what if they play the kids this time? Bro, I already been through this.
Right. Yeah. Well, it also could be said about during the Steve Mills regime. He said that. Remember how they were saying how we were going to go young, and then a year later to say we're going to, try to win the whole, get back into the playoffs and everything.
Right.
So they're
But
they
he
were
was trying
abandoning.
to win. He was only trying to win because he thought he was getting Kevin and Kyrie.
Right.
Oh, right.
Nah, he said that at that press conference with all them power forwards.
That's the same free agency.
Yeah, but he said it about them power forwards.
Right. No doubt. Hey, y'all, I gotta get out of here.
Settle for the power forwards, but it's
I gotta get out of here.
One more question, y'all.
So that we can be
one more question.
Right
One more
later
question.
on, man. Thank you, everybody, for Kev.
I just got one more question. We haven't heard a direction from
This question better
from
be
Leon
good.
Rose. No, I'm just asking. Have we heard a direction from Leon Rose?
Kev, I'm gonna call you. That's why I got your number.
And that's the point. That was the point I was actually going to ask you, Freezy. Yeah, he never in the 2.5 years that he's been here, he's never told you the direction they're going in. Even though you could kind of see it, but the fact he's never been straight up with you to tell you what's going on is why we're actually the way we are. Because he never told you what the plan is.
And so to be honest with you, bro,
right.
I don't think they have one.
I would go on record on that as well.
Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah. That's in a way kind of not true because of what Worldwide West pointed the finger at Tibbs the other day.
Yeah, that's true.
But you know that's not the direction. That's that sweet Kool-Aid last season.
You're right. But the thing is though. The thing is, though, we don't. Respectfully, you heard that from a secondhand source and you heard it from parties that are not in charge of the team. You heard it from a lieutenant talking to the president. You didn't hear from the general, right?
True. Mm-hmm. I'll say one more thing, and he's been hot lately. And I'm gonna say this: if Berman says it, then I'm gonna believe it because he's been hot lately. He's been on fire. He's been on fire lately. So if he say it, then you know it's true. So
and that's funny because about 4 years ago, it was the complete opposite.
Yeah, but right now, if he said in a day or two, then I'm gonna believe it.
That's the case. I'm on fire too, baby. All right, y'all. Great show. Freeze, good to see you.
Yeah.
Have a good
Peace,
weekend.
everybody.
We
Y'all
on
too,
tonight
guys.
for the love of the game. We on tonight at 9. Tune in. You know what I'm saying? Freeze, I hope you come through. Not, I see you Monday. I'm gonna pull up.
Okay. All right, guys.
Right.
Take care.
Enjoy your weekend, y'all.
Peace, everyone.
Peace.
Yep. We out of here.
All right. Thank y'all for coming out, man. We'll holler at y'all later. Peace.